ready to roll. So, welcome to episode 2 of the StarCharged Stream Cast. Here live on Twitch, here on twitch.tv/StarCharger28. I'm your boy, Broken Alliance StarCharger, the Bucket Hat Boss. And joining me is none other than INC's Dab Jr.
I love him. I love him.
Oh my god, gotta be already.
That's a good start.
Joining us this time, he's got the baby asleep this time. None other than Clean Kills Echo. What's up, Mr. Echo?
I'm here, baby. What's up? What's up? I'm looking for this room, StarCharger. What's the name of it? You made it yet?
Unfortunately, there is no name for it because instead of going forward with the room, I actually had to put down a few caramel apple empanadas from Taco Bell, which you guys probably heard me munching on a few moments ago.
I actually did not. I did not know. I'll be honest, I didn't know.
I'm sorry, man. The stomach, the sweet tooth was roaring, and I had those two caramel apple empanadas ready to go, and it's just like, really, 5 minutes before the stream, you really want me to do this, and the sweet tooth was taking no prisoners. If there's anything about me that's been true since I was a kid, anytime it's a battle between my stomach and food and my brain, stomach wins.
I hear that, man.
Speaking of winning, boy, we've got a really good cast set for tonight, and among such is, we're actually going to be discussing a lot of events that are on the horizon already here, like Defend the North, and then of course the Injustice Pro Series, among other kinds of events like War of the Gods online, Hometown Heroes online, and on top of all of this, we're going to be looking into the balance patch and the skinny stream that NRS did just yesterday on looking at all the potential balance changes are on the way. So that's going to be a lot of juicy bits, and then if it wasn't juicy enough for you, our guest of the night, our interview for the night, is going to be none other than Dab Jr.'s father, speaking, Hara Gaming's DaddyDab.
Man, I'm about to fangirl.
Interview with homeboy Dab, man. It's going to go down in a big way tonight. And then, of course, we're going to have our freestyle section at the end. We're going to be bringing up a lot of different things that have been going on with the community recently within the last week, or that have needed to be brought up in any way, shape, or form. So
we had to kind of calm down before the stream, because we started getting into stuff like, we need to be talking about this during the show. What are we doing right now?
Oh, no doubt.
Exactly.
I mean,
let's do it.
It's one of those kinds of things where, we were kind of getting a little heated into it, and things weren't exactly, at that point where we could go live with it. I mean, I was like, no, this is some juicy stuff. Let's wait a little while.
Yeah. It's gonna be good, man.
And so, we're now live, and we can now go into any and all of it. Starting first with the event that's going down this weekend, Defend the North. So, it's Defend the North up there in New York. It's a ranking event, which means that it doesn't have the full deliverance of points for all placers like a Premier would. But at the same time, if you get top 8 in this tournament series, you will get some points, and a lot of points are still on the line. First place gets 70 points, which, the way that it's set up, it's still the same way as a online battle, like what we saw with the IPS East, which is what we're going to be getting into next. But going into this weekend, as I'm opening up as I'm taking a look at all the pools here, you know, the pools and the amount of people that were able to show up or sign up early for Injustice 2 is actually pretty promising when you take a look at the whole entire thing from afar. I mean, Injustice has the second most entrants of any game at Defend the North, and interestingly enough, Mortal Kombat X actually has 21 entrants as well.
I dig it, man. We were just talking about that too. Some of these events still holding MKX, you know, giving it an opportunity, and I can't say, man, I love it.
I do too. I do too. It's a game that, in my opinion, deserves to keep getting support. It's a game that continues to show that, you know, honestly, even though a lot of people are grinding for Injustice 2 right now, it's still a game worth keeping up with, and it's still a game that's worth actually showing that the NRS community can support alongside the Injustice grind. That said, going into the pools, you know, for Injustice 2 here at Defend the North, I mean, the big names that I'm seeing right now as I start out with Pool A1 are RNG, which is Renegade Esports, White Boy, and on his side of the path you've got Sonic Box, Arakiba, never heard of him, Unknown Curse, never heard of him, J.0, never heard of him, AGC Dumb, never heard of him, Concrete, never heard of him, and Method Mike and Ike.
Ooh, Mike and Ike.
Okay, Mike and Ike, alright.
Yeah, so Mike and Ike. So that's just one half of that bracket. The other half of that bracket has Method Mike and Ike's teammate and NRS veteran Method Silverai.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. Why do they have them both in that bracket?
Yeah, that's interesting that they're gonna let that team kill Rock, but yeah, we'll have to see how that whittles its way down, because right there in Silverai's path are Pi, Cammy, and Evil Ryu 48. Not too familiar with how he's been able to do so far in Injustice, but who knows? I mean, he could easily pull a rabbit out of the hat. And Buffalo Newbie, you know, if everybody remembers, you know, the Buffalo Newbie, he used Takeda in MKX and started coming on late in the game's life. And then there's Dookie, one, never heard of him, and Arcbat, never heard of him. So the big names there are Silverai, Newbie, Mike and Ike, and of course White Boy. So who are y'all's projections to come out of that path in winners, losers? Because from what I can see, it's actually going to be, let me see here. Yeah, it's actually going to be only
winners.
two guys out. No, it's actually going to be just 2 guys out of each pool.
Man,
it is not going to be a 3-man out.
Sonic for sure winners, and then I guarantee.
Oh no! We're just talking about just this pool where you've got White Boy.
I think he heard Sonic Box, the guy way up at the top.
Yeah, Sonic Box. Yeah, Arakiba. You know that's not Sonic Fox. That's Sonic Box.
Oh,
yeah. So this is if you know Crash Bandicoot lore well enough. There's Crash Bandicoot, and then there's Fake Crash. So this guy is Fake Sonic.
So funny. Oh boy. Okay. That makes sense.
I'm gonna say Silverai winners, and I mean probably White Boy and losers, because as good as Mike and Ike is in Street Fighter, you know, I honestly he's kind of a wild card, because you know we saw Punk make top 8 at DreamHack, and you know a lot of people just good at fighting games. You know, the only thing with this game is, you know, the frame data kind of works different, but this game kind of caters to more of a Street Fighter style, because, you know, the pokes can actually combo, unlike MKX or MK title in general, where, you know, a poke just gives you the frame advantages.
Right.
But, you know, Mike and Ike's kind of a wild card, because, you know, he's a really good Street Fighter player. He might actually surprise some people, but I'm going to say Silverai winners and White Boy losers, just because all the other people I'm not really too familiar with.
What about you, Dab Jr.?
I gotta agree with Echo, because I know Silvereye, I think he's consistently beaten White Boy on a few different occasions, I think. But even then, I still gotta say Silvereye over White Boy. The more, to be honest, not to knock on White Boy's performance or anything like that, but the longer the game's been going down, especially after CEO, personally, from my observation, I just see White Boy and his Scarecrow gameplay getting downloaded more and more down the line. So, with that being said, I think that people are going to come around with counter picks or different playstyles to get around his Scarecrow.
Gotcha. And then, of course, go ahead.
I was just going to say, White Boy, you know, he's always picked those characters with the poke game, the poke meta, like Jason, now Scarecrow,
right.
But you know, CEO, that was the first tournament where Scarecrow actually had a wake up. So it was like a whole, and it was right before CEO, so it was kind of like, holy shit, I kind of washed this character. Like, he didn't have a wake up. I didn't really care about labbing him. I didn't, you know, everybody's concerned with like the top 5. And then, you know, White Boy, now he played incredible. Like, some of those matchups looked absolutely atrocious for Scarecrow. But like you said, Junior, you know, as the game kind of keeps growing and the meta evolves, you know, unless White Boy picks up, you know, another character that nobody's seen him play really, I still say he makes it out in losers. But yeah, I think Silvereye takes it in winners.
Oh yeah.
I think, believe it or not, I am actually going to be going with the counter thesis. I think White Boy, as I see, we've got a couple of guys in. Oh boy, yeah, we actually he left. But at the same time, I was going to say, White Boy out in winners, Silvereye losers. Because think about it, folks. Silvereye, I mean not Silvereye, but White Boy has beaten Forever King on the best stage that the competitive scene can actually offer with CEO. And honestly, I've seen White Boy win that matchup more times than any other Scarecrow around, outside of maybe Burrito Voorhees. But ultimately, you know, White Boy, he knows that matchup very well. And on top of this, no disrespect to Silvereye, but his Batman is actually a few leagues below Forever King's Batman. And in all honesty, you know, I just see White Boy finding another way to clutch out that match, just like he did at CEO to win that tournament. And so I see, but at the same time, I see Silvereye getting out of that pool.
Yeah, you are very, and I say this on War of the Gods a lot. You know, King, there's no other Batman like King. Like, some of the stuff, he just knows when things are going to hit, and he has a conversion for almost every single thing that actually lands. You know, Silvereye, he was a Shazam player, and I don't even think he really played Injustice 1, you know, like really competitive. So Batman is still, like, you know, technically, even though he's a legacy character, I don't know that Silvereye really played Batman in Injustice 1 like, you know, like King did. So yeah, I like that thesis. Yeah, I like that thesis.
And ultimately, you know, White Boy, you know, he's been a student of this game, of course, since Injustice 1. As I see, we've got a couple of guys that I can now put in King of the Hill, and send the challenge, and here we go. Now,
I never joined the room. I'm gonna have to come in there. I want to watch.
Yeah, you can go AFK with me. And ultimately, you know, with that pool, you know, there we go with that, and we're gonna move as I go in AFK. Yes, I will. And there you go. You guys can have at it. And so, yeah, the projections have White Boy making it out in winners and Silvereye making it out in losers over Buffalo Newbie, which I think is probably the light path that's most likely to happen. So yeah, we're gonna compare our predictions to the paths here, but yeah, we're gonna want to move a little bit, since of course we've got our interview with Dab here coming up at about 9:30, 9:40ish. So the second pool, which is pool A2, has DR Gross, Summer, Black Adam wins, Evac elevates Grief, who's of Killer Instinct fame. You've got Stu, Devlin Disgu 153, never heard of him. PG Coach Steve, Cupcake NS, Gary C, BFGC Station, Collateral, and Mash Maxim.
Oh, okay.
Alright, so
I think that's an easy prediction. Gross getting on winner's streak.
Green Lantern.
Well,
yeah, I'm
he's getting on winner's streak.
yeah, for right now, I'm gonna say Gross is going to make it right out and win it. I am very happy to see that these guys know the drill here in this King of the Hill by going in competitive mode. Thank you so much, guys, for understanding that drill. But back to this pool, yeah, I agree. DR Gross is coming out on winners. I don't think it'll be free by any stretch of the imagination, but I do think he will defeat Coach Steve. Not that I have any less faith in Coach Steve. I do believe he will get out of this pool, but I do believe that yeah, Gross will make it out in winners, and that Coach will have to fight his way through the hard road. Echo?
This one is, this was, I'm a huge Steve fan, and I think his atrocities might come out shining here in the North, and I'm going to roll with Steve out. This one's a tough one, man, because DR Gross, my God, that guy, like, this one, because in the back of my mind, I'm looking at Cupcake, and, you know, he's been around for a while, and you all seen his tech videos. I'm not actually sure who he actually names, though, if he actually has one. I know he's an excellent player, but...
Well,
Yeah, it's like he's...
Cupcake, I really want to touch on.
Bet you didn't see
Okay,
that coming.
I thought Cupcake, he's a tech monster. Like, he has
Yeah, that's
tech.
exactly what I was
But I don't
saying.
think he doesn't I don't think he has what it takes to keep up with these top players like Gross or anyone that legitimately has like the instincts to get in a match and really get the job done.
Yeah, I feel that.
Pace too fast. I'm keeping up.
Cupcake might be my wild card, but I'm gonna say Steve in winners. Oh my God. I think it's gonna be a 3-2 Coach Steve.
Let's keep in mind,
against
if
Gross.
the patch is in, don't forget about the patch. Because that means Atrocitus is getting nerfed, so Coach Steve won't have an Atrocitus to really fall back on with the BS. And Grodd didn't get anything.
Outside of the nerf to the... And then he actually got a little something with his telekinesis as how it correlates with projectile invincibility. Well, we'll get to that here in a few moments, but let's get to these
Did they take away these
other... Yeah, they took it away. They took it away.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, but going to the next pool, you've got Hayate, John Berg, Marky Mark,
Oh, shit.
Just Jeff.
Hold on. Somebody's echoing like really, really bad.
Yeah, if you guys could just mute your streams, that'd be great.
Oh, I don't have to stream it.
Something is like, oh my God.
Fighters approaching.
Hey, I got it. I'll fix this. Go ahead, guys. I got
But
it.
you've got PG Hayate, John Berg, Marky Mark,
Ooh, that's
Just
big.
Jeff, The Honorable Call, McPeanuts, Troll, Rico Suave, Ironside,
Ooh, Rico.
AUC/STV, I'm Black James, Frank Priz, Cloud, UA Calypso, Dolphy, and that's it. So I see Hayate and Rico Suave coming out of that pool. In winners and losers,
Let
respectively.
me be real. Now, Rico's my boy. I love Rico. I play League of Legends with this school every day. So, talking about Injustice 2 of them, this is what I'm going to say. Hayate's going to beat him 3 and make it out of that pool. FREE. He doesn't give a fuck about this game anymore. Like, he doesn't practice it. He doesn't even know about the patch anymore. So,
Yeah, I noticed that he's not exactly been placing very high whenever he does go to the tournaments.
yeah, he doesn't care about this game. He doesn't really like it that much.
Oh, I bet he's really not gonna like it after the way they took away some of the stuff that Black Adam had.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I think Hayate is gonna make it out of that pool 3, and if anything, Hayate is probably definitely gonna make top 8.
Right, and then here we go, going into the next pool, which is Pool B2, and that's gonna have Sonic Fox, Null, Killtron, PG Punk, Sage, Joey, Freaky Axe, Circa Nikki, CD Manny, Easy, Sundula, Unbearable Pun, Big Omar, and Triclops.
Whoa. Okay. Look at
Sonic's
this.
making out there.
We might actually see Sonic versus Punk later on down in like the, what is that?
I pray we see that, because that's
bro.
that it's like the stars align.
Because I've played Creaky Axe. He's a Superman player. He's okay. I don't see him beating Punk. If I'm not sure who Sage is, but if Punk beats Sage and Creaky Axe wins his first match, I'd say Punk over Creaky Axe, and then Sonic Fox will have to go against Kiltron. And as much as I'd like to see the hype behind Kiltron beating Sonic Fox, I think that is perfectly aligned to see Punk versus Sonic in semis.
Of course.
Oh yeah.
Of course. Now I'm hoping for that too.
Begin.
On the other side of that bracket, you've got Circa Nikki, who's been using Catwoman, and honestly, I think it'll actually be Circa Nikki and Sonic Fox to come out of that pool in winners and losers. And I think Sonic Fox would take that, with Nikki probably going up against Sundula, to come out in losers. Yeah, so I see that happening. And then of course going into C1. You've got Forever King, Professor KO, Dante Thomas, Chris G, Ronald Rogan, V Styles, Pum Pum Raider, Destroyer, I'm King Meat, Competitor, Grills, Homelon, 8th Stage, and Zomboni. So my prediction is Forever King and Destroyer. What about you guys?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, I don't see Chris G beating King. Honestly, I don't know how Destroyer's doing in this game. Like, I know how good he was in MKX, but I haven't really seen him. He hasn't been in War of the Gods, so I haven't seen him play there. I catch Hometown Heroes every now and then. I'm not sure. I have faith in Destroyer, I just don't know how he's doing. King, for me, out of winners, and, gosh. I don't know, I might say Chris G out in losers.
Green Lantern
Chris
wins.
G out in losers. Wow.
Yeah,
Wow, Chris G over
Yeah, his
Destroyer and
beetle's really
Grills. That'd be interesting.
Oh, you know what? I didn't see Grills down there.
Yeah, Grills is, he's also in this pool. He's in Destroyer's path.
Yeah, that changes
Superman.
things. That's kind of tough, actually.
And,
I think maybe I'll just stick. Yeah, maybe I'll just stick with Chris G, because as much controversy is behind him, with the thing, I like his Beetle, and I think he'll make it out. I think Destroyer will stand in his path, and of course Grill's down there. But I don't know. I'm gonna roll with Chris G and just kind of leave that out.
Chris G to come out and losers?
Yeah, and King out in winners.
Gotcha. Alright, so next up is Pool C2. And that has got Noble Dragon, Saber Wolf 97, UH Harbach, Exo Hunter, Eagle Beast DC, Nex, and Shakugan. And in the next part of that path, you've got Gurr, Takedown,
that's my boy.
Kibster, J White 914, Johnny Donut, RM Danielson, and Mr. Sloth. Alright, so needless to say, my picks are gonna be Dragon and winners, Gurr and losers. Enough said.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Gurr, I had to play him at TCW, man. That Ferrotor was absolutely ridiculous. I lost to Ferrotor in tournament more in MKX than any other character I've ever played against. Yep, I lost to Gurr at TCW. I lost at Combo Breaker. I lost to Biohazard in my pool, and then went down to losers played like 4 more games and then wound up going against Burrito Voorhees, aka Forever King Jr. And he played towards it. Yeah, it's like, man, the 3 Farah Tour players that there are, obviously I'm just gonna keep running it. Like, okay.
Yeah, that's
I have to agree.
stuff.
Dragon and Gur, I'm gonna agree with that one.
There you go. And then going into Pool D1.
Superman wins.
Alright, now keep in mind, folks, this is before any late registrants actually come into this, because believe it or not, I actually do know that Scar is going, but I have not seen his name in any one of these pools thus far, so just keep that in mind. And next up in this pool is D1, which is the second to last pool.
Red Hood.
You've got Costner, Lucius Axelrod, Nero, OKZ Revenant Zero, General Midwest, The Magician, Dale Jr., and on the other end of that path you've got Method Rio, Soup Barrett Is, Moogle Sunio, Dusk Sculptor, Mr. Lucky, and AGC Hallucinate. Alright, so my picks personally are going to be, this is a little bit of a harder one to predict because you've got 3 really good players in this pool with Costner, the Magician, and of course Rio. And so,
Well,
And Sunio too. I don't know how he's doing it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I really want to touch on. Now, I love Rio. I think he's awesome. I think he's good shit. But as of late, it seems like he does not care about fighting games at all, as far as being a competitive player. So I really think he's slipping farther and farther down the totem pole as the game goes along.
Who are you talking about?
Rio.
Oh yeah.
honestly, I don't know if I have as much faith in Rio. I mean, I have faith in him to get out of this pool. Don't get me wrong, but it's the way this pool is. I don't know which one I want to predict is going to make it and which one is not going to wind up advancing any further.
This kind of feels like the most stacked pool we've looked at so far. Actually, it's weird.
No doubt, and honestly, so with that said, I'm actually going to have to just make my decision. I'm just going to have to make the decision. I think Costner is going to get out of this pool in winners. And then I think I'm actually going to bank on Rio to get out of this pool in losers.
Okay, I respect it.
I'm gonna just throw that out there because honestly, you know, honestly, I just think that on an overall scale, it's just a tougher toss-up between Rio and Magician than it is me saying Costner is going to be the one to do some damage in that pool. And as unproven so far in the offline game as Costner is so far, I mean, we've only had a handful of events that people have had the chance to make it to. But with this being the first East Coast event, I actually think Costner is going to be the one to do the winner side of damage in this, while the other guys have to fight it out. So, yeah, I've got that much faith in his Green Arrow.
Green Arrow is really underrated.
Yeah, people are really surprised that Green Arrow got no changes. I'm like, why would you be? There's very little I give him.
Good.
I would give him anything.
Exactly, he's so good. It's like, what does he need?
Like, what in the world would y'all be crying about that he needs when you've got one button zoning?
Exactly. Exactly.
And we got this D2 pool, which I think I'm not seeing anything. It's saying that this phase has not started. I gotta wonder if that's gonna be like a pool for late registrants or something like that. But one way or the other, yeah, this D2 section is not populated, but in general, this Defend the North is going to be one heck of an event in terms of seeing who makes it out, seeing if there's any potential upsets, and seeing guys who are on the outside looking in on the Injustice Pro Series standings, because I have them in front of me right now when you look at everything in context. I mean, guys are fighting right now to actually make it into that top 16 slot to be within that cutoff range of going to the pros.
Oh, you mean top 16, like where you're at right now? You're at 16 right now.
Yeah, because right now, yeah, I was about to say, I'm gonna rattle off the points right now, and right now at 16th is yours truly, and I'm hanging on by a thread with 90 points and only a 10-point advantage over second place, and a 15-point advantage over, or 17th place, and a 15-point advantage over the guys that are all tied for 18, which are DJT, Foxy Grandpa, and Silverai. Silverai, who is of course going to be in Defend the North, and unless he gets third place or higher, he's not going to pass me in the standings. So, yeah, if he wants to take that spot this week, he has to have a monster tournament, and we'll have to see how that goes. But up in 15th is Nubcakes with 100, which is 10 points ahead of my cutoff. 14th place is Scar with 130, and I believe he's going to be there. I don't see his name in the bracket. He's probably going to late reg, but I do believe he's going to be competing in Defend the North, and he's sitting with 30 points ahead of his next man. 13th, you've got Gross, who just balled out of his life at Evo, getting top 8. And
yeah, congrats to him, man.
Yeah, congrats. And yeah, he really pulled a lion's share of points at his last event in order to pull up into that 13th spot. And go ahead.
Okay, I just say, Gross is ridiculous.
Yeah, man. And then of course at 12th place is Steady Ol' Illusions from of course Seattle, Washington. Yeah, he's all he's done is just put together a string of really consistent finishes in the higher points paying positions in all the events he's been in so far, and it's really paid its dividends. Of course, top 8 at CEO being his highest placement thus far. Then you've got in 11th spot Biohazard with 175 points. Yeah, he's looking very good. He's had nothing but a consistent string of finishes. And it's landed him with a good chunk of points and a 15-point advantage over Illusions. 10th place is Forever King, who just came off hot off of his DreamHack victory. Where he just came through and loses, and he just absolutely mauled everybody after, of course, getting reverse 3-0'd by Full Auto in winners finals of that tournament.
Oh, Full Auto 3-0'd?
No, he reversed 3-0. He was down 2-0 in winners finals and ran it back 3 games straight.
Dude, that's insane.
It is, and so King, of course, he's going to be present at Defend the North this week. And in 9th place, you've got High Ate, who's just done nothing but have just an outstanding string of finishes. And 8th place is Samij with 270. He, of course, got his first Evo medal this past Evo, so congrats to him. And, of course, we had him on the show last week with an interview. So if you want to check that out, please do so on the YouTube channel. And catch that interview. And 7th place, you've got CEO champion White Boy, who didn't do quite as well at Evo as a lot of people thought he would, but at the same time, thanks to his CEO victory, he's still sitting very nicely in 7th place. And then,
speaking of reverse 3-0s, that's what happened. Too easy, actually. Pretty sure eliminated him.
White Boy, yep. Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. And then, of course, Tekken Master is sitting at number 6, and Lord knows I'm having nightmares about how badly I messed up in my match against him at Evo. Of course, he got another Evo medal to his credit, and one of those matches was against me and losers top 16, and it was a very awesome match, back and forth match, and it came down to the last 10% of health for the both of us. He pulled out the damage over time buff. But I wasn't close enough for him to use it, but I was on death's door, and then he just did the YOLO rage charge. All I had to do was down 2 and do a back 3, put him through the stage transition on the Metropolis stage, and it would have ended it, but unfortunately he pulled the trigger and had the reaction faster than I did. So Yeah, congrats to Tekken Master. He's really awesome, sitting at 300 plus points. And this is where the points start getting crazy. You got Theo with 320 in 5th place. He also has had nothing short of phenomenal finishes so far. Newly signed Echo Box Theo. And 1 point ahead of him with 321 points is none other than Honeybee. You guys think about that. 1 point, and that came by way of the IPS East finish that Honeybee had this weekend.
1 point.
1 point. Hey man, in any sport, 1 point is all it takes to actually have the difference between a win and a loss. So I'm pretty sure Honeybee will run to the hills.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah.
No doubt. And yeah, newly free agent Honeybee, because of course he left Team Critical Reaction while we were actually on the air last week with the stream. So Honeybee, along with his brother, are some of the biggest free agent names that we currently have in the community.
Man,
Yeah,
And then
I'm kind of curious what's going to happen with Honeybee and his brother Biohazard.
I have to wonder.
Echo Box, Noble. Hopefully, you know, we see. On one hand, it's really sad because I'm not sure what's going on with CR. I know the Mad Cats thing, you know, them going bankrupt, you know, really hurt CR. But you know, you have Theo.
That hurt the FTC entirely, in my opinion.
It did. But I know Mad Cats was like, you know, they had a big partnership with CR, and they kind of, you know, threw a wrench in the tires. But you know, then you have Theo and White Boy, Honeybee, Biohazard, you know, all those guys kind of split ways. So I'm kind of curious what happens, because really, even Hey George, you know, he's on Vertex now, so I'm pretty sure the only player that CR has is Wound Cowboy now.
And Lord knows how long that may stick, but then again, who knows? And then going, of course, into the top 3 of the standings, we have Rogue Slayer, who signed on Evo weekend with Rogue, and has had nothing short of phenomenal success throughout the course of this game. And at the same time, in 2nd place, Evo champ Dragon with 565 points. I mean, what else can you say? Evo champ, he's just done his thing, and we'll see what lies ahead, you know, in the future now that we've got these changes along the way. And then sitting at number 1 is, of course, the furry himself, Echo Fox, Sonic Fox, who I believe wound up taking the IPS East online qualifier, the online ranking event this week, to actually break the tie with Dragon. They were both sitting at 540 apiece, and with that win over Dragon, he actually goes into the sole possession of 1st place with a healthy 55-point margin.
Yeah, Sonic, he takes the Pro Series really. I think that's what he's taken, you know, the most serious out of everything else that's going on. So no surprise to see him at number 1. You know, we haven't touched on it. War of the Gods. We're going to talk about that pretty soon. We haven't seen Sonic or Theo in, I think, 3 weeks now. Samij, you know, we'll get into it, but Samij is kind of taking the number 1 spot as far as that goes. But Sonic Fox, you know, where he puts all his cards, he's number 1 right now in the Pro Series, and that to me makes sense. That's what he wants to be number 1 at. That's what he is right now.
All right, and so ultimately, I agree with that. And in all honesty, you know, we all knew Sonic Fox was not going to stay down long after, of course, not winning his first Evo. I mean, every time the man's gone to Evo, you know, he's won an event, so everybody knew he wasn't going to stay down for long. And quite frankly, if you want to call 5th place at Evo down, well, that gives you an idea of just how stupid good his run really has been. So, just to give an idea right there. And so, yeah, he did not take him much long. But the point disparity overall in this Pro Series I mean, unless you're sitting in that upper echelon of the points right now, which is 200 plus from where I'm sitting, it is nothing short of a madhouse in terms of trying to get into those last 6 spots, and quite frankly, trying to get that 16th place qualifying spot, because it's going to become imperative for folks to be able to head to as many events as possible. And with that said, you know, you've got a lot of guys actually going to be making tournament appearances in Europe from America, which is not something you hear too much about. I mean, of course, you've got guys like Biohazard and Honeybee who have gone from the Canadian side of things over into like versus fighting and all the events over there in the UK. But this will be a first to actually see a lot of Americans in bulk over at tournaments like Biennale and versus fighting. So that is going to be something to see here in the upcoming weeks. But of course, we have we have unfinished business, with Defend the North this week, and then folks just trying to get as many points as possible to, continue to boost their ranking to get everything ready as we head into the next premier tournament, which will be Summer Jam here in the middle of this upcoming month. And so, with that, give me just a moment. I'm actually going to invite our guest to the party, of which, to just go into that as we now shift gears with trying to, get him rolling. I've been in the community now for several years, and I've met my fair share of guys across the community that have just been nothing short of class, nothing short of just absolute awesomeness. Because, we're all gamers. We all find different personalities, and we all just see different kinds of folks getting into the fray of things. But, guys change with success, and some guys don't change at all. Some guys change for better or for worse, but one way or the other, you just see a lot of different kinds of things happen to folks once they finally reach that level that they want. But no matter what game he's played, no matter what game he's mopped in, no matter how high in the sky he's ever been, this guest that we've got on the show, he's been nothing short of class, awesomeness, and in general, he's just been one of the coolest sides of the pillow you can find in the FGC. And honestly, he's been a good buddy of mine now for 5.5, 6 years, and he continues to do his thing in all games that he plays, and I'm very happy to have him on the show. Newly signed by Hara Gaming, pre-Evo, and currently, maining Aquaman, maining most of the cast like he does in every game he's ever played. Ladies and gentlemen, Hara Gaming, Hara DaddyDab. Dab, how's it going, homie?
What's up, everyone? How y'all doing? Yo, can you guys hear me? How's it sounding? It sounds good. I mean, bad feedback, or am I breathing hard?
You sound good, man. It can't be any worse than Dab Jr.'s echoes he's got going on. You'll hear him.
Literally.
Help your son out there.
His echoes, literally.
My echo.
Yeah.
Damn. What are you teaching him, Echo?
You don't know something that's funny, because we're not suspecting the guy who's actually named Echo of the Echo.
Right. Yeah, I should have said something else. But yeah, man, welcome. It's my first week too. I was supposed to be here last week, and had a little bit of dad duty. You know how it is. So.
I know.
Yeah, yeah, we talked about it a little bit, but totally welcome, man. It's good to have you on here.
Of course, man. Of course, it's always good to be on any type of forum or chat or an interview or anything. The cast, yeah. Only cast I don't want to be in is a medical cast. Right? I don't want to be prevented from this. Unless my name is Home Lee, I'd be Dab Lee, and then I might put in work. Who knows?
Who knows?
With the cast.
All right, DaddyDab now live with us on the StarCharged Stream Cast, and Dab, with the game now being 2 months old, going into its 3rd month, and going into its next set of premier events that are now about to take precedence within the community here in the upcoming month as we whittle things down in the Injustice Pro Series. What are your thoughts right now with the current dress of the game as it stands? And then, of course, the upcoming balance of the game about to be in flux with the new patch hitting in the next month. What are your thoughts?
How the game... You know, I think the game... I think right now how the game is, it is kind of leaning more towards your, you know, your traditional NRS-based, you know, top tiers where there's like, okay, here's this certain amount of top tiers, you know, 1 through 5 that are just dominant, that are just shutting it down, you know, just holding the game down. And but I don't feel it's as strong as its previous predecessors. I think the meta is still, you know, still growing. I mean, it still feels as similar as Injustice 1, just with a little bit more tweaks here and there. But I am excited to see what they're gonna do, which levels are gonna change, which characters are gonna go up, which characters are gonna go down. Overall, in general, not just the ones that we have our normal knowledge based on, but I think, no pun intended, you know, a lot of tides are going to be changing, you know, and big time. And I'm kind of excited to see where it goes.
Yes, and speaking of tides, I mean, you know, it's, wow, you couldn't have made that segue any easier, homie, because going into the next question is, you know, as we all know, you know, this balance patch is coming, and then we all know that, you know, right now, as in, and like, just like in Injustice 1, you use quite a bit of Fishman, you know, with Aquaman, and we all know about those changes that are inbound, you know, for him and the rest of the cast. Do you think what is coming on for him is, do you think you'll still be able to do work with him in any way, shape, or form competitively, or do you think that you'll probably wind up exploring other options with the rest of the cast now that some of the rest of them are going to be getting changes for either better or worse in the new meta?
Not today.
Well, here's the thing. I feel that the character. Okay, so I feel, of course, that the changes, yeah, maybe they could have been a little bit too extreme. But then again, I'm quite optimistic. You know, I kind of think maybe there are some matchups that I can still use him for, that he's still in an advantageous situation most of the time. I think, of course, us seeing the major change, the dramatic change to his gameplay, right, kind of throws off a lot of people's thoughts and opinions about him being good. Me in general, I'm kind of butthurt about it, but then I'm kind of not, because I'm not really married to him. I'm exploring my options. Like I said, I'm optimistic. I'm exploring my options, trying to see which character actually best fits me. What really drew me to Aquaman is that...
Begin.
Stop there.
No. Well, check this out. I knew right off the bat. I knew right off the bat the character was going to be top tier before the game even dropped. And why, and what I told everyone, I was like, this guy's defense is going to be it's going to be second to none. Like, this guy, he's going to be able to flip out of combos, so he's going to be able to get out of combos in the air, then he's going to be able to get out of combos on the ground. Like, this was my theory fighting. These were my theories in my head. I wasn't like, oh, Aquaman's probably going to be top tier. I thought, oh yeah, he's definitely going to be top tier if he still keeps the same tools, and he has these two defensive options that no other character has. it's gonna be really good. Turns out this guy has like a +2 string that he can deal with down 1. He's got like +7, a +3. Then he's got like a +6 water shield meter burn burst, which in fact I think it's gonna be the new. If you have meter and your pressure and meter burn shield, you'll be +6. You can get another mix up. Anyways, but that's another story. I feel the character will still be alright. He won't be as strong. But it's gonna be tough because there are a lot of characters that can punish us from the deep. Some of them they can't. Some can, and it's a nightmare for them to play. But I think we're gonna have to wait and see. And I think he'll still be around, probably to counter pick. At least for me, until I find my character, until I find the character that I truly feel is a character for me. Like I said, I'm jumping around, and then we'll have to see how it goes. But I'll probably still use him.
I heard you're looking at Dr. Fate, man. Is this true? Is this true?
Well, I was talking to Dab Jr. about it, and you know, we have our own little chat.
Well, father-son speak.
Yeah, I had a father-son conversation, and literally, it was about the birds and bees. You know, we're talking about Dr. Fate, and you know that it was glyphs and orbs, all about the glyphs and orbs. So we were talking about it. I was like, okay, you know, hearing, you know, the news, hearing the news of what, you know, and the information, the knowledge that they're dropping on us about Dr. Fate. I was like, yo, like, this guy might be a little bit more stronger than he is. You know, I always thought he was a pretty strong character. Now I do play Superman and Black Adam. Both those characters do punish him, his glyph, and I felt like that was like a scary thing for Fate players playing against those characters, because once those characters are in that range, you have to be careful how you do, you know, your glyph, or you have to pay attention to see, oh, did they block it when they were crouching? Because then I can check them, because they just blocked it crouching, or were they standing? Shit, they're gonna punish me if I touch the button, or they're gonna punish me because it's a punish. So little things like that come into play. But I was kind of like labbing them out, like I said, you know, the birds and the bees, the glyphs and the orbs. We were talking, and I felt I started, you know, getting to the lab. I started going to lab, you know, and I was like, okay, and I'm thinking like, I don't know why, and maybe because I don't watch a lot of footage of Dr. Fate players. I don't see all of it. I do see it. I don't see all of it. I'm like, you know, if you have a matchup where those orbs are coming out and you can kind of dictate, I'm thinking like I would go in. Like I'm thinking, I don't know, I played Martian, so I'm thinking like I see an orb and I see that and I'm like, I'm about to go in, like they're about to respect that. I'm about to go in there and mix them up or whatever the case is. But just like little things like that, and like the hit stun on the orb is like forever. You can hit confirm it. You can like dash in, hit confirm. It's so good. So I'm looking at them, but I'm not so sure. I might just still stick it out with Black Adam and Aquaman, to be honest. They might still be able to cover, and Superman, they might still be able to cover my opposite matchups, because I don't know. And Canary as well. Definitely was looking at Canary, and I loved Canary. I fell in love with Canary in the beta, but when the game dropped, she was so different, and it was just like, I don't know. I don't know if I want to stick with this. There's a lot of things that I don't like that were changed, maybe in the future. And she's getting a lot of love, and we'll have to see how that goes.
Here we got DaddyDab right here live on the StarCharged Stream Cast with the rest of the cast, Dab Jr. and Clean Kill Echo, also a part of the cast. Folks now, you know, just got done asking about balance, you know, his feels about the game, as well as characters that he thinks that he could be using because of the rising stock. And quite frankly, I don't think you could have possibly chosen a better couple of characters to pick because of rising stock in the game, because Dr. Fate, you know, his stock has been on the rise for some time. As we can see on stream, Dab Jr. just putting in work with him in this King of the Hill. And then, of course, you know, Black Canary is a character, you know, Sonic showed me a lot of the dirt that this character really can do at his kind of a level. And that's something that I've been waiting for from a lot of Black Canary mains throughout the course of this game in general. And Comp Bros is one of those guys that I thought was very close, but unfortunately, we haven't been able to see a whole lot of him at recent events, and so we don't know how far that progress has really come in terms of bringing that potential out of her. But then again, there's a lot of new changes inbound for the game, you know, such as new balance, as we all know with this upcoming patch. But then again, with this upcoming patch also comes with a new character in Starfire. We saw her reveal. We've seen some of her tools. Now we've seen some of her tools only through the trailer. NetherRealm has not done a stream on this just yet, but just based off of what we've seen so far, and just based off of just how we think about her tool from just the trailer standpoint, how big of a priority, Dab, do you think she's gonna be in your list of characters to actually, you know, give a shot in the lab and possibly give a shot in terms of balance?
Well, I'm very excited for Dabfire and what I'm going to...
Did you say Dabfire or Doubtfire? Did you say Dabfire or Doubtfire?
It could be either one. It's comical either way. She's definitely going to be my first priority because I want to break her down right away and see what she has. But I'm not sure how I feel about her because I always take these character reveals with a grain of salt because I don't know what's gear. I can think, oh, that one looks like it's gear. Oh wait, that one looks like legit moveless move. Oh, that one's the gear. I don't know, and I always take it with a grain of salt, like I always do. Just like in Red Hood, I was hyped. I was excited for Red Hood, and I seen that move where he had the slash and then he pulls out the gun. It runs out of bullets. Those are actually like, I'm like, dude, that has to be in the move list. Like I'm maining him forever if that's in the move list. I don't care if he got, you know, things like that. I don't know. So I'm kind of on the fence about it. I'm definitely gonna get her just to break her down, but I'm not sure how it will go. We will definitely have to see what moves or what and what she brings to the table as in regards to neutral, you know, footsies and air game.
There's something you talked about when we were talking about Dr. Fate, and that was the orbs. That's something I saw that she also had in the little video. Now, of course, like you said, you know, we don't know if it's gear or not, but I was like, man, she's got like really, looks like she has really good air mobility.
She looks like she can actually detonate that thing too.
Well, okay, the sad thing is, okay, I can explain that. A little birdie, okay, told me that, that's actually a gear move. And it detonates by using a fireball to detonate it.
Oh, okay. Alright. Well, never mind then. But she did look like, you know, she's going to be more like, you know, air mobility. She's got some, maybe like Pyro Tanya type stuff. You know, it's hard to tell, but I'm really excited for that character.
Dude, you got to shoot on that ground pound though. That ground pound looks really good.
That's I thought instantly. I was like Flash. I thought that was Flash. Like, yo.
Man, that reminded me of a Kuma's ground pound in Street Fighter 5.
Oh, it did look like that. Yeah, you're right.
She's got something normal that looks like Black Adam's forward one too as well.
Yeah, it looked like it was like
an overhead option and a grab option where if you Vita burn it, you get a combo.
Yeah, it looked like a combination type of combo. Like, oh shit, like that looked really good. You know, it looked strong. So we're definitely have to see. I mean, I'm a little bit more excited to see Combat Pack 2. I'm sorry, Fighter Pack 2, and Habit, and. Man, I'm excited to see who they're gonna put. Like I have a couple wish list characters that I hope that are in the game. If they're not, then I'm just gonna have to suck it up and stick it out.
I saw that you want Spawn on Twitter. How excited! Like if Spawn makes it into the game, what would you want him to have?
Oh my god, I would want him to have his submachine guns. Oh my god, that would be just broken.
That would be tight.
You know, a lot of capabilities that he could do with his cape. You know, because his cape, he could do anything with his cape, right? It's
he could like swamping like man grabs with his chains.
Oh my god. Just like little things like that, like neck breaking command grabs, like where he's literally breaking your neck, you know, things like that where it's just him just grabbing you by your neck, throwing you across the screen, it meter burning it for a back three possibility, like just things like that. Like,
so sick.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna be brutal. Like, that's how I kind of wanted Red Hood to be. I mean, I do like the character. He's one of my favorite type of characters within the DC universe. Like, this is backstory. He's died, came back in the Lazarus pit, you know, and started owning shit. So I think that's awesome. That's an awesome backstory. So I'm really attracted to that, but I was kind of let down on his moves. But I mean, he does have a lot of good tools. Like, I'm not like the mind's broken. That's
Yeah, your method was sick at Evo.
yeah, I know. I messed up. I honestly should have just stuck with Black Adam and Aquaman. I was playing Red Hood for like 2 days before Evo, and it just threw off all my thoughts. And no excuses. Like, I lost. Like, I'm not gonna blame that on that. But I mean, he did look. Yeah, he did look good. Just me.
Manson versus Dab.
Yeah, I lost to Nav and yeah, I lost to Samish.
I got you. Yeah, that match with Speeds, man, that was tough stuff.
Yeah, I didn't think he really knew the matchup. I was just going in, you know, just going hard. But maybe if I would have went Black Adam, like, I don't know. A lot of people think that matchup's tough for Black Adam or is bad for him, but I think it's really neutral heavy, and it just really depends on your reads. Like, I mean, I guess that does sound like a bad matchup for him because you have to play perfect in a way. But then again, you hit really hard, so the trade-off.
It can be, yeah. And then we showed that match a bit in War of the Gods this past weekend for top 8, and yeah, you're right. It's based on, you know, who has the better reads, who maximizes on their opportunities more than the other when it presents itself. And so ultimately, yeah, I definitely think that along those lines, it can go either way. Early in the game's lifespan, everybody, and me included, thought it was well in Catwoman's favor, but not so much these days, and we'll have to see how that works its way out in the upcoming balance update. But at the end of the day, you know, right now, you know, that's what I like. You know, a lot of matchups are like it, where it's just like different things can happen under different circumstances, and right now, you know, that's what I liked how they went about their balance mantra for this game, where some characters got brought down a bit, but some characters got the characters that really needed to get toned down, they did, and then some of the characters that needed to be brought up, they did, but they weren't crazy with how they brought them up, or at least the way it looks without the patch notes actually showing.
Yeah,
what's
it definitely looks like. Yeah, exactly. It looks like definitely like they're doing like little minor things. And they're gonna see how those little minor tweaks kind of. Speaking of minor tweaks, I feel like Black Adam definitely got a slap on the wrist. I mean, he's still gonna be powerful, still gonna be strong. Like, even with regular black magic, not, you know, really not being able to launch you for a needless combo, like, you're still plus a million. And I mean,
it leads to a whole other mind game.
Exactly.
It wasn't really a nerf. Like,
right.
Now he's got the hit advantage off of that. So
yeah, now he's got the ability to do some stuff that he probably never, Black Adam players would never have had the need to do, because now they can actually go for some combo opportunities, or some mix-up opportunities that weren't there before.
Right.
Exactly.
Especially for characters like Aquaman, that's something that's probably going to be really handy, although, you know, you got to wonder, you know, the Aquaman players, they're probably going to have to adjust the game by probably resorting to the scoop for more combo opportunities, but you never know. I mean, a lot of adjustments going to have to be made on a lot of fronts.
It's definitely going to be definitely going to be a big challenge for him, especially in matchups that are already uphill battling type of challenges for him anyways. We'll definitely have to see how that turns out.
Yeah, with that said, you know, Dab, no, I noticed in the Pro Series points so far that, yeah, you're currently sitting on just 1 point, but, you know, of course, you recently just signed with Hara Gaming. So do you have a lot of plans in the upcoming future for traveling to some more of the premieres to try and get things going for the Pro Series, or are you playing for hometown heroes? What exactly is your plan competitively for the game here in the short term?
Well, yeah, you know, being part of Hara, they definitely helped me out when times were definitely on the lower side. You know, more on the, you know, hotter side of the pillow, not the cooler side. So,
that feeling.
Right, and it happened all so fast. You know, they came to me like it was funny. It was like I had just lost my job. I just got fired, and I was like,
oh no.
Yeah, and I was like, damn, dude. Like my daughter's birthday is in like 2 weeks, and then I gotta leave to Evo like 3 days after.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We just saw the flash, the flash glitch.
Yeah, that trade.
You just saw the flash glitch on stream. Oh my god, the poor atrocities, man. And to think that did not have any mention of getting fixed, but you know, sorry for the deviation, Dad, man. So you lost.
No, it's all good. It's
so. Oh man, I know the feeling, dude. It's not fun.
Yeah, man. It was tough. So I was really stressing. I was like, what am I gonna do? You know, all the money I have, I gave it to my daughter's mom so she can fix up the party and get all the the resources and stuff that we needed. And I was like, shit, like how am I gonna do this? Like I don't want to really borrow money, and then Hara hit me up out of nowhere. It's like, hey, we feel you're one of the best to ever do it. We feel like you're a really good guy who doesn't get to go out much regarding your family and the situation that you're in. We definitely want to help you get you more connections because we feel you deserve it. And like they had me right there because they were genuine about it, and they weren't just like, hey, we want to promote you because you're dad. It was more like, we want to look out for you because we feel you deserve it. Like people need help. I always think about things like that, helping people when you have it. You know what I mean? So
of course,
and
of course.
And that's what happened. But in regards to the Pro Series points, I'm not sure if I'll be going out to any of those because I feel there is 2 more weeks left. What is there? 2 more weeks left for the Hometown Heroes. I mean, I'll be at SoCal Regionals for sure, but for the Hometown Heroes, I think I'm number 1 in the San Francisco region. So I think my main focus right now is grinding those matchups of those people I'm probably going to see, which are Blind Ducky and Cowboy, and probably Krusty or Sicarios. I'm not sure yet. So that's my priority right now. So I do want to get to E-League. I want to have that chance. If I can't get to a lot of these tournaments offline, then I want to at least make sure that I can, establish a spot from online. And that's what's so great about online. Like I'm an offline player, like me, like we go back since MK9, and like, I'm all about offline. I'm all about proving yourself offline. The times have changed, and if they wouldn't have changed, who knows what I would have accomplished. So yeah, as much as some people shit about online, it's actually kind of like a lifesaver for some people, even top players that can't travel or that aren't sponsored or whatever the case is. It's a lifesaver, and it's a lifeline,
DaddyDab over here in the StarCharged Stream Cast, folks. Go ahead, Echo.
I was just going to say, Samij is kind of exactly what Dab is talking about. We didn't see Samij really travel all that much, especially towards the end of the MKX, but we definitely saw him online, a lot. And they kind of put him out there. Like, Samij was already a big online presence before he went to CEO, I think, in 2016, I think, when he made top 8 with Pearson. And then after that, it was kind of a wrap. He was on his. That's when everything started for him, as far as getting recognition from a lot of people. And like Dab said, the online, as controversial as it can be sometimes, it is a really good way to keep your name out there and not kind of be forgotten. You can't travel all that much, so I just wanted to.
Exactly. It's a good thing. Yeah, it's a good thing.
Dab, you and I, we're OGs. We played in the MK9 netcode. We know how much of a long way NRS has come when it comes to developing the netcode for their games, making it better. I mean, this kind of netcode, if the MK9 had anywhere near this game's netcode back during those days, that game would still be played today.
Yeah.
We know this way too well coming from that background. And so, yeah, you are right. It has been one way to where a lot of new blood has really made its way into the competitive scene, and that's just been a part of the game where we've told NRS about it for years and years and years, and they finally mastered how they can bring its potential out in their games. And now here we are. We've seen mazes where Injustice is sitting with either the second most or the most entrants. Same thing with Mortal Kombat X for a while after its netcode got boosted. The numbers at offline events just went right through the roof because guys were going in with so much training, so much tournament experience from online tournaments, and just so much faith in what they could do offline that it gave them the confidence and the courage to actually make it out and compete. And that's one thing that's really helped our scene actually get a little bit better numbers wise. And as we continue to go through with talking about how things stand competitively, I just wanted to just touch really quickly on characters that we've yet to see the remaining 6 characters that are going to be revealed for the last part of the DLC. Do you have any wish list characters in that remaining 6 slots that have not been shown so far to the public eye?
Yes. I mean, I'm hearing that Black Manta's just a silhouette, to throw us off. Who knows? Like, I'm definitely a big fan of Black Manta's lore and his backstory and what he stands for. Like, and he's just overall just badass as fuck. And the fact that I'm theory fighting in my head of the moves that he can have, like, I'm hoping I'm at least on par with a couple. Like we said earlier, Spawn. He's definitely one. I think my biggest one is some type of Martian. I know that, and I'm a little bit more caught up onto the comics. I didn't read them. I just looked for them, and I'm a little bit more caught up on Martian's backstory in the Injustice universe. Now, I guess that Superman had threw him into the sun, and of course, that's Martian's weakness is fire. And I was like, oh God, like. No wonder why. But then I seen some stuff like Swamp Thing is dead, and I think another person is dead that's in this game right now. I forgot what the other character. I'm like, okay, well, knowing NRS, at least with Mortal Kombat, like if the character's dead, they're never dead. I know it's a little different with DC licensing purposes and all that stuff like that. But I mean, I see Swamp Thing and another character. I forgot who it was. It'll come back to me in a second. But yeah, some kind of Martian, if not Martian Manhunter, Miss Martian, the damn Wars, something that's definitely a wish list of mine. And if not those, like, I really want a Watchmen character. I want Dr. Manhattan. Yes, I want Broke. I want that. I want that.
Wow, you want that? You want that super broke stuff.
I want that super broke stuff. You
want to talk about a licensing issue.
Right. So I mean, I don't know if Ed Boon was just speaking just to give people satisfaction or really to legitimately troll when they were saying that there's Watchmen characters pretty much as a possibility. If you guys remember, before the game even dropped, it was like, yo, this shit's for real, and it's like, oh,
somebody
okay.
made like a legit looking Injustice like flyer that had, I can't remember which Watchman it was, but it looked so legit. It was fake.
I think it was Rorschach.
Approaching the Bat
I think it was Rorschach.
Yeah, I think you're right. Star, yeah, that was. It looked so like, wow, that looks so real. And I was told it was fake later on, but I was like, that would.
You're like, really no way.
Yeah, like it looked super legit. It was crazy. But yeah, I'd love to see a Watchmen or two.
Yeah, that would be dope. I mean, they are kind of based off the whole rebirth type of storyline, which kind of seems like they're pretty much nodding at it's Dr. Manhattan who created this universe and that they're fighting. And so it's crazy how they're like intertwined. The Rebirth series, or even the Batman and Flash buttons. That's all that shit is godlike about where we're kind of at right now. Even though I know the Injustice comic is really different, Yeah, those are the ones I really want. Like Black Mana, and I'm definitely looking at. It looks like one of those silhouettes looks like Enchantress. So we'll have to see how it is. She'll probably be pretty dope. On that type.
I'll never say no
character.
to more girl characters. Quite frankly, it's like you find you're spreading yourself thin since you got characters like Zatanna who aren't on their way back, and she's one of the more iconic females in the DC universe. So, and then of course Hawk Girl's not gonna make her way back, and so it's just like you gotta wonder.
Yeah, and like. And people tell me, they're like, why don't you just stick with Superman? Like, you were one of the best back then. And I think about it as like, I played that guy for like 3 years, and, it's a new game, and I want something new. Like, maybe my mindset's dumb. Maybe I have a bad mindset about it. Maybe I should really just stick it out with it.
No.
But I feel, this is how I feel. Thank you. This is how I feel. Like, if you are not enjoying yourself, if you're not enjoying a character and you're forcing yourself, maybe you might lose motivation in learning more new. Yeah, for that. And maybe I could be wrong. Maybe I could be wrong though. I am trying to change that mindset. And I mean, look at Sonic Fox. And, look at these new kids, these young kids. Man, they don't care. It's that character's broken. Let's fucking do it. So it really just depends on your mindset. And like I said,
right? Like Sonic doesn't play Catwoman as far as. Unless he recently picked her up. I mean, he hasn't really.
Yeah, he just recently
she's one of the better ones.
up. And then
right after Evo, right after.
Yeah, it was actually literally right after Evo. I was there when he was actually using her in his hotel room, and he was just using some Injustice 1 stuff, and then bringing to light some of the Injustice 2 stuff that she got. Next thing you know, boom, he had a Catwoman. But overall, yeah, you are right. These younger guys, it's just like then on top of that, the younger guys, because of the fact that most of them are still in grade school, or most of them are in college, most of them have absolutely a lot of time and almost no responsibilities in terms of anything that can keep them away from training. They can just break the game down and continue to break it down much longer than a lot of the guys like us who actually have the real world responsibilities on hand. And then, of course, there you go. They're actually able to hone those reactions of theirs at a ripe, young age, where they can just flat out just grind the game and be students of the game more than anything. So, I totally agree with those fronts, and all are very good points. And, of course, I expected nothing less from the homie Dab as we go into this portion of the interview. I just wanted to ask some questions, some real life questions, where it's just like I just have to know the answer to these, and I hope the stream can actually take an appreciation to some of these as well. So here we go. I'm just gonna ask a set of rapid fire questions. I want you to either give your preference, list them out, or deal with them however as they come. So you ready?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right. Boxers or briefs?
Briefs.
What?
Briefs all day.
Oh, then whitey side A's. All right.
Hey.
Next up. List me your top 5 Pop-Tart flavors.
Oh, strawberry.
From descending order, from 5th to number 1.
5th to number 1. Okay. I only have 2, so it's just brown sugar and strawberry. I never tried the other one, so I can't really say.
You never gave s'mores a chance?
Oh, I'll never give s'mores a chance. I'll never. No. I will grab that s'more and kick it right out my door. I tell you that right now. I ain't gonna be grabbing more Pop-Tarts. How about this? I want no s'more Pop-Tarts. Give me no s'more. I want no s'more.
No s'more. I'd have kicked this man.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd have ended right there.
I got you something to try, Dab. Okay, go and get cookie dough Pop-Tarts.
Oh, cookie dough. I'll try that.
Oh,
okay,
no.
Not just cookie dough, though. I want you to just put it in the freezer for like 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
Oh, my.
Get it nice and frozen. Dude, that shit is... The only Pop-Tart you'll ever eat almost frozen is cookie dough, and it is awesome.
I've heard the same
I'm going
thing.
to the store.
I've heard the same thing.
I have no money right now. I'm going to the store. Yeah, you gotta try it before you buy it.
But next questions, I guess. Next question. You disappointed me right there, Dad.
Oh,
you hurt me. You wounded
Damn.
me. You wounded me.
Sorry.
That's shot to the heart, and you're to blame, buddy. You give love a bad name. All right, but next one. Top 5 cereals.
Top 5 cereals. Okay, from descending to worst. I mean, descending from worst to best.
And ascending order. Which one is the Which one is the lowest on that 5? Which one's the best?
All right, we'll start with the lowest. Number 5. Regular Cheerios. Regular Cheerios.
Really?
5. Regular,
Really?
like no non-flavored, like 0. They're 5.
Now I know your problem. You got no taste buds.
Okay.
Alright, go right
These
ahead.
are my 5 favorites, though. These are my 5 favorites. Okay, so 4. 4. I want to say Frosted Flakes. You know, it's just sugar and flakes. You know, leave that at 4 with the s'more out the door. Okay, and then number 3.
We still taking shots. Still taking shots.
Let's go. Number 3 of my favorite would have to be Cookie Crisp.
Cookie Crisp. Wow. Yes.
Wait.
Yes.
Wait. I might have to take that back. It's tied with Captain Crunch and Berries. But
No.
Cookie Crisp might just have to take it. Okay, so number 2 would be Life. Life cereal is life. It says it itself. L-I-F-E.
Wow.
Life. Like, talk about just plain sugar, like I said with the Frosted Flakes, but there's something about it that it just, the texture of the crisp and just it's really good. Great. Perfect. Beautiful. Number 1.
I'm gonna be honest, Dad. I've never heard anybody say they like Life cereal in my life.
Honest to God, I've never heard somebody put Cookie Crisp in their top 5. This is a first, and that is a good, refreshing first because I love Cookie Crisp.
Yeah, me too.
Yes.
Go ahead.
And number 1, none other than Fruity Pebbles. I love Fruity Pebbles.
Whoa!
I like
grew
that.
up on it. I grew up on it. And
Fruity Pebbles, but
Fruity Pebbles.
No Cinnamon Toast Crunch on this man's list.
I was waiting for that to come out. Yeah, Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Come on, man.
Wow.
I don't even like Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I just don't.
I guess Cinnamon Toast Crunch can't own every cereal category.
That's right.
Man.
Damn.
Man. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. All right. Now next up, we're still on breakfast. All right. So, would you rather have waffles or pancakes for Sunday breakfast?
Jesus.
Oh yeah, we bringing the thunder now.
Damn. Oh man, oh god, you bring the fire to the woods. Like, I just,
I'm the flint to your strike, brother. I provide the spark.
Let's go. Oh god, pancakes.
Pancakes?
You had to pull the Band-Aid off.
Pancakes, but I do love waffles, man, with strawberry and banana and oh god. I'm a waffle man. I said it.
Oh, so you take it back. No pancakes. You want them waffles.
I want them waffles.
Aunt Jemima will be proud of you.
Oh man. Aunt Jemima, she would love me. Oh god. I'm gonna regret this.
Sponsored by Aunt Jemima. Damn.
We're gonna end this interview and I'm like, man, I should have said pancakes, I should have said pancakes. Oh god. No. Let's switch it. Pancake guy. I'm talking about infused pancakes.
Really torn.
I'm talking about.
You are war torn, bro.
Do you see my character crisis? You can see it through food. I'm talking peanut butter, banana, blueberry infused. Oh my God, let's go with the pancakes. Dab cakes it is. Dab
cakes. All right, we in there with the dab cakes.
Definitely.
All right, now
question.
Next question. All right. Now before this man changes back to the waffles. All right. Well, let's go to the next one. All right. So next one is gonna be if you're at a baseball game, would you rather have a foot-long hot dog or would you rather have some nachos?
Oh, foot-long, baby. You're not American, you ain't got no hot dogs. Let's have a baseball game.
That's it. And then let's see.
That Dodger dog.
When you were a kid, what were you? Were you a PlayStation kid or a Nintendo kid?
Batman.
That's a big one.
No, hold on. PlayStation kid, Nintendo kid, or Sega kid? Because Sega, had their hotness back in the day.
I definitely. Oh God, as a kid, it had to be Super Nintendo.
This goes for you, Stream. What were you guys back when you were a kid? Were you a PlayStation kid, Nintendo kid, or a Sega kid? And what was your system that you had those memories on in the 90s? What was your system?
It was definitely Super Nintendo, and then once Mortal Kombat was dropping in MK3, all that, it was all Sega from there. So for me, Super Nintendo was where it was at. Just Nintendo in general, the original two, and Sega. Then I stuck with the 64. 64 was oh God, it was the best.
That's oh my God, that Nintendo or that Super Mario 64. Come on, man.
Oh man, 007 GoldenEye.
Yes, yes.
You get the cheat codes and you put it on DK mode, Donkey Kong mode, where they have the big head, and then you put it in slow motion, and when you're shooting it, like it's the best shit ever, man. That was the best, man. Yeah, that was the best.
Never will people, the younger generation now, they'll never know how it was playing 4-person split screen on 007.
No.
or the cruising USAs of the world.
Oh my God. Old school, all old school.
All the old school stuff, man. Gotta have these questions for the OGs, and then. All right, now going into this. Now, what can you see yourself doing? Watching a full basketball game without leaving, or watching a full baseball game without leaving?
What can I do or what I can't do?
Which one would you see yourself is most likely for you to be able to do? Watch a full basketball game without leaving, or watching a full baseball game without leaving?
Basketball.
Alright, we got that basketball on.
Basketball. Yeah, I mean, I grew up on basketball. I mean, baseball a little bit too, and I do enjoy watching baseball more. No, I enjoy playing it more than watching it. So yeah, basketball, all day.
Understandable, and then on top of that, because you're a Las Vegas native. Alright, now, with Las Vegas being in line to get the... Oh yeah, because you fluctuate between Las Vegas and NorCal. Now with Las Vegas in line to get the Oakland Raiders, are you yay or nay on the Raiders going to Las Vegas?
I'm yay because I'm tired of all these fake Raider fans over here in NorCal, and I kind of want to. I like drama, so I want to see them get salty. I already see them. I already see them with their Aquaman petitions talking about let the Raiders stay. And it's funny. It's funny to see it. It's because it's imminent. It's bound to happen.
There you go. And I'm a Broncos fan, so I like seeing them salty too.
Yeah, right.
I love
God,
seeing
the Broncos.
Yeah,
Oh God.
Okay, approaching Gorilla City. Star, where are you originally from, Star?
I'm originally from Houston, Texas. Yeah, born and raised.
Oh, okay, you're originally from there. Wow, so you're not a Texans or a Cowboys fan?
No, hell no, I'm not a Cowgirls fan. How dare you? How dare you? And then the thing is, I grew up.
Are you a Rockets fan?
I grew up rooting for the. Hold on, just the first question. I rooted for the Denver Broncos because that was back when I was starting to learn football, and then of course during that time there was no football. There was no professional football here in Houston because this was not long after the Houston Oilers had long departed for Tennessee, and this was before that organization was up and running. And so this was way before the Texans were ever in the fray. And then I got latched on the Broncos because I grew up a fan of John Elway and Terrell Davis. Yeah, during their glory years. And then, of course, I just grew up fans of that. I could still wring my mom's neck for getting rid of my limited edition John Elway jersey that I got when I was a kid. And ultimately, you know, they were my team. And then, of course, I grew up a fan of the Admiral, David Robinson, and the Twin Towers when Tim Duncan got drafted, you know, the Spurs. I always loved the Rockets, but David Robinson was my dude. And, you know, of course, this was during the time when the Spurs and Greg Popovich was starting their run, and I was just loving what I was seeing out of San Antonio at the time. And so, so when I was a kid, you know, that was where my allegiance lied, although I still love my Rockets. I love my Rocket Red. And if the Spurs can't take it, then I want the Rockets to take it easy.
See?
Free. I want the Rockets.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm a Spurs fan. That's why I had to ask.
Young Spurs.
Yeah,
Yeah, see, like, I mean, I'm from NorCal. My favorite football team is the New York Giants. It's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy.
All right.
You never know.
And here we go into some of the other good questions as they relate to, you know, us in the scene and whatnot. So, you know, we came in the Mortal Kombat scene. So, who's your favorite character of all time in Mortal Kombat? As if I really need to ask.
Oh God. Okay, well, of course, it's Jax. He's my favorite, no matter what. But I want to say my all-time favorites is, you know, Liu Kang, Reptile, Jax, bar none. Free. Those are my favorite characters of all time. It started with Liu Kang, was my #1 favorite, and it ended up being Jax just because of how badass he is. So, God, just saying his name gets me a little salty, and how much I miss that character. And but
Jax.
Right. There's nothing more exhilarating, nothing more awesome than this big American dude beating the living shit out of you with these metal arms, just with a brute force. You know, this big American dude, like, he's like fucking just cornbread fed fucking big buff guy, like, big buff, he loves his country, like, he's fucking, like, yo, that's a crazy ass American guy right there, you know? Like, there's nothing like it, man. It really gives me goosebumps just talking about it. He's that cool of a character. And, you know, I really, I don't know why I still talk about it. I guess it's just when it's brought up, but I really do wish that they would have done something better with his options for the final pass, because I really feel that sticking with that character, and that character being the character that I loved and that I ended up playing in the end, or for the remainder of the game, I felt like if they wouldn't have just stripped him from his tools, then he would have been that character that regulated the new top 5 that had Rosa, nothing, and KS. And it just sucks, you know? But it is what it is.
Yeah, it was really sad. Almost the entire duration of KX, you know, Jax was always kind of that character you never really... Yeah, he wasn't ever really like a huge name that you would ever hear. Like, sometimes you'd actually forget he was in the game.
And yet you had to think long and hard about his weaknesses too. And like, what weaknesses did he have? You had to think about that though.
Yeah.
He was a really good. I mean, before he lost his armor, and I knew that last patch where they said, okay, his armor's only going to come out, you know, if you do the regular dash punch. Once you do overhead, it's going to negate it. I was like, dude, there's going to be some huge bug with that.
Oh
This
yeah,
is not
of
gonna
course.
work. And then they just said, you know what? It was kind of the same as like if you went to the doctor with a broken arm, and then they were like, we're just going to cut it off. And then they're like, see, it's all fixed. It's like, wow, really? Okay. It was really sad to see that happen to him, man. That kind of sucks.
It was, man. Like they definitely should have went about it a long way. I mean, I could go on and on about how they probably maybe have ruined the intention of the game by taking out armored launchers, as maybe as weird as it sounds to some people. But I felt like that's what the game was intended for. Yes, a lot of the stuff was stupid, but it also was able to be used as a good thing to counter stupid shit. You know, kind of like how in medicine today, like you get bitten by a snake, you like, and it's fucking venomous or poisonous, and you have to go to the hospital, and they have these venom medicines for you. And then they got to the point to where they actually used that venom for research and actually used it to cure. If you kind of see where I'm going with it, so
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it was a good counter to counter thing. Like, for example, like do you think Shinnok's teleport jump 3, like if you can't anti-air him into like a 40% combo every time, you think he's gonna still keep doing it? Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Like,
never gonna stop. It's like, so, keep
things,
on doing.
right? Because it's more in his favor. Just like little things like that, like. But we'll just have to see. You know, the game's over, and maybe the next one we'll see how it is. And I'm just really kind of on the prowl for my new character. Like that's where I'm at right now in my head. Is like, just find a character. You know, stick it out with the ones that you have, because you have a solid, base with them. But don't go too far out into the deep sea. Investigating.
There ain't no deep sea diving anymore, baby.
There ain't no more fish in the sea. There ain't no more fish in the sea, unless Black Mana really saves me from everything. But we'll have to see. I'm excited for Black Mana, dude. Like, just the name.
I hope to see him. I hope to see him.
He has to be.
And yeah, honestly, I've seen people actually find that up over the fun, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean,
what I thought.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay.
No, all you.
Because you said, about the armored launchers and, people, wanted to see them gone. I always thought, and I thought this was the way by the gifts that NetherRealm was putting out before that last patch. I thought,
oh yeah,
it looks like they're gonna do wake up, or armored launchers only have, armor on a wake up, not just in the neutral. Like, I totally understand launchers having armor in the neutral was ridiculous. But as a wake-up, I thought that would, like, really help the defensive side of things. But that's actually not what happened. I thought that was the best way they could have done it, is just have armor on the wake-ups, and then, as far as launchers, special moves, that they would have just had no armor. They would have just been, a launcher with no armor.
Right, but they really took out a lot of the defensive options from a lot of characters. And some characters kind of kept their defensive options because it left them at advantage after they used it. But a lot of those characters lost their defensive options in the game where it's just fucking offensive, crazy, in your face, fucking 24/7, fuel injected nitro gas, fucking simultaneously blasting off at the same time. Like, you needed something to counter that. But it is what it is. I'm sure they learned from it, and whatever the case has been, and it felt good. I think what I remember most of it, even from my success in MKX from before, like my most memorable times were actually playing on Rio's stream and actually beating people with post patch, no arms jacks, and it felt really good, and that's what I remember most about it. Even besides my top 8s and ESL, all that shit, like, that was the most memorable part because I actually enjoyed the character and loved the character, and it felt good to actually beat these other guys that, had stepped up in the game or had moved up in the game, and, whatever the case may be. So, yeah, that was my most memorable part.
DaddyDab over here on the StarCharged Stream Cast, folks, and this is been nothing short of an absolutely awesome interview. I mean, I knew we were going to get that with Dab, and of course, knowing Dab, he absolutely delivers on all fronts. And so, Dab, going into this last question, yeah, this is kind of a 3-part question. I mean, kind of let everybody know just, what fighting games have done for you personally, and just what they mean to you right now, and just where do you think everything's going to take you in the future regarding, this game and fighting games in general, as we continue to move through life. So go right ahead, buddy.
Fighting games to me is everything I ever wanted. Not really everything I ever wanted. Let's not disregard, my family, my daughter, and all that stuff. But as in regards of having something to escape from reality, as in that's everything I ever wanted. It started with basketball. Basketball was my thing. I grew up playing it. I was one of the best to ever come out of my high school. Sadly, I got injured and things like that had happened. But I felt like, and I think why I'm so good at fighting games, I can always be better because there's always room for improvement. But why I'm so good is because my analogies and my theories, I base them around basketball. Okay, let me spit some games to you real quick. Of course, a lot of you guys are familiar with basketball. Right.
Okay, here we go.
So, in fighting games, to get opened up, you can grab, or, grab kind of opens you up, but the most important ones are overhead and lows, right? And you're like, fuck, I don't want to get hit with an overhead, I don't want to get hit with a low, right? So you're like, shit, right? So think of it like this. You're on defense, right? So this guy's coming down, you're guarding the guy with the ball, right? And he jerks right, but then he goes left, right? And you're like, oh shit, this guy just left me in the dust. I gotta catch up to him. He just went left. So next time around, that just registered in your head. That just registered. You're like, fuck, this guy has a nice little left hesitate, nice left hesi move. Next time he's coming down, and you're like, shit, is he gonna cross right? I think he's gonna cross right now because he got me on that left one, so he's gonna make me think I'm gonna go left, cross right. This is my theory. Now let's go back to the fighting game, right? Mm-hmm. This guy just hit me with the overhead. Oh, shit. This guy just hit me with an overhead. And I'm like, okay, shit. Next time I'm on defense, it's like, shit, is he going to hit me with another overhead? Or is he going to go low? And do I have a read on him to where I can fuzzy or I know he's going to go? Same thing with basketball. Same thing. And that's how I relate my competitiveness and mindset in basketball into the fighting. It's what has kept me sane, and it was an online thing when I first started. It was a hobby and whatever it was. Like I played many other games before, fighting games, but it's definitely changed my life. I wouldn't have met. I don't even know what I'd be doing honestly, because I can't really play basketball like I used to anymore. It's not the same. I'm still pretty.
Don't act like you're not out there crossing your daughter up. I remember that video.
Oh yeah, I still cross her up though. Yeah. She ain't ready. She ain't ready.
My God, made his daughter cry. Crossed her up. Oh, man.
Yeah, man. So I mean, it's brought so much to me, and to the point we're at the point in fighting games, just in games in general. A lot of them have already skyrocketed, but in our fighting games, we're at the point to where, it's just starting to lift off. Houston's not saying T-minus 10, 9, 8, but we're turning on the thrusters and we're setting on the settings as we sit in our seats to fly out of this world. You know what I mean? So we're right there where everything's taking off and about to take. We're just waiting on that countdown. And I think that's a beautiful thing to be a part of. We're all part of it right now in this generation, this era where times are changing. Where if you're literally that good, or if you're really talented, you work really hard, just like in anything in life, not just video games, just in anything in life. You will be rewarded for your hard work. Hard work does pay off, It always pays off. Talent's good, talent's great, but hard work always trumps it. And if you have talent and you incorporate hard work, the possibilities are limitless. And I mean, it's not the point to where it's like, get a good job, make sure you're secure, 401k, blah, blah, blah. Nothing's ever promised. Nothing's ever promised. Okay? And I'm not saying that's not a good thing to do. Do it. Do that shit. Do it. I'm just saying what games are to me, and it can be a life-changing game. Literally, this can change your life. So, and it's not like something you don't have to be 6'9" dunking from the 3-point line to make it. You just have to be pretty good at what you do in video games and fighting games or whatever game it is, and pretty smart, and maybe even know the right people, and your hard work will pay off. So it's a great part of my life. And now it's been a struggle having a family and, you know, daughter and her mom and, you know, work, all that, because it doesn't pay the bills yet, at least. So, you know, you still have to do other things. So, but it's a great thing. It really, it's a great thing. As long as you know how to moderate things and you don't let things really get too out of hand, and you're doing it for the right reasons,
approaching Gorilla City.
it's great. So that's gaming to me. It's life.
There you go, DaddyDab, Hara Gaming's Dab, on the stream today for, you know, the StarCharged Stream Cast. Dab, brother, you know, you've been a really good buddy to me for years and years, and yeah, I expected nothing less. This was absolutely tremendous. Thank you so much for your time tonight, coming on board the show and giving us your take on, you know, everything that's you know, that's going down in your mind with the game, fighting games in general, and life in general, brother. You know, I'll see you down the road, and of course, I'll talk to you frequently. And buddy, you have yourself a nice night. Everybody in the stream, give some good props for our man Hara Gaming's Dad, man. He's been nothing short of absolute class. Anything Echo and Dab Jr.?
No, man. It was cool to hear, you know, yeah, I mean, it was really cool to hear your perspective. I really like, because I'm a big fan of basketball too. If I had to pick one sport, that would be my sport. And, you know, it was cool to hear your mentality going, you know, kind of going with a basketball mentality to, you know, and applying it to fighting games and kind of the way you talked about that. I really like that.
Thanks,
I'll probably hit you up and talk about that, you know, more as time goes, probably tomorrow or something. But yeah, I like your mentality on that stuff, man.
Yeah, man. I felt like that's the only way for me to really analyze things and put them all together. You know how like sometimes you say certain things that some people just don't understand, but if you word it differently, oh, then you can get it. Same thing, but just, you know, it's the same thing. It's all the language, you know. It's all language.
Of course.
Just you have to see which language someone speaks.
Yeah, I dig it, man. I'm gonna hit you up here in a couple days. We'll talk about it. Cause walking into this game, because I didn't play Injustice 1, as you know, I was in college and/or the army at that point, and although I was playing them, I wasn't like really taking them too serious. So walking into this game, you know, I need a little pick me up. I need to, you know, figure out a way to approach this game. So I'm gonna hit you up and try and get into your head and figure out what I can apply to my game here.
Oh, dude, of course, man. You know, I'll be more than happy to help.
For sure.
Hara Gaming's DaddyDab. Dab, we will see you around, buddy, and I'll play you sometime soon as well. So. Thank you so much for the time, my man.
Oh man, thank you guys. You know, it's always a pleasure. You know, thank you. You know, StarCharger, Echo's the man. Dab Jr., my son, my other son. I have a couple sons. I have. Not a lot of people know Slayer is my first child I ever had. You know, he's my first son, and he'll admit it, man. But that kid is soaring, man. I'm happy for him too. But yeah, man, thank you guys, and yeah, shout outs to Champ D, that phone call thing. You know, gotta be entertaining somehow, you know.
Dr. Fate.
Well, thank you guys. It was fun, and you know, no s'mores for me. At least Pop-Tarts. I'm gonna leave it like that.
You lost
I'm gonna leave you salty,
bro. You lost them points for life, bro. DaddyDab, man. Thank you so much for the time, buddy. Take care, bud.
All right, y'all. Peace.
Approaching
Peace.
the
Yeah, man.
And that was DaddyDab for the StarCharged Stream Cast.
That was so fun.
Nothing short of great stuff for that interview. And yes, of course, I will accept that one. And with that said, you know, I love his mentality going into this balance patch. And quite frankly, it's a mentality you absolutely have to have. I mean, even for the characters that got nerfed, you know, you have to just see what that character can still do, even with the rest of the cast getting the changes they got. You never know. It might not be as bad as it seems, but then again, you won't know until you give it a shot. And at that at that point, just keep an open mind. So I really love that bit, and I really loved how things have the potential to really be shaken up here in the coming months once this new balance update hits. You guys agree? Or?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, man. A patch, a lot of people look at it negative, and when your character gets hit, yeah, I can see that. They're great in 6-frame mid. So especially if you're an Aquaman player, but I also feel like, Aquaman before this upcoming patch, I feel like his offense was so oppressive, and by design, he's a defensive character. So, when you just see him always on offense, just like rushing and back 1-2 mix-ups, and I call it a mix-up because, like, you don't know if he's going to do back 1-2-3 down 1, back 1-2-3 in the back 1-2.
You're free to
down
do whatever
1,
you want.
So it's like, he needs to be a defensive character, and I think the changes now, they might have went a little bit too far, we'll find out, but I feel like he definitely needed to be toned down because he shouldn't be offensive like that.
I don't think it was too far, but then again, they'll probably hate hearing that from me from Catwoman, man. But then again, no, I did not know he could do that under that orb. The more you know. But in general, my character Catwoman, she's gonna be different. I mean, she's gonna be different again, and quite frankly, I've dealt with a game and a half of her being different whenever the game gets patched and touched in some way, shape, or form. So I'm like she said in The Dark Knight Rises, I'm adaptable, and I found a way to succeed with her before she got patched up in Injustice 1 and when she got buffed, and Injustice 1. And I've adapted to how she was in this new game and didn't find any reason not to have success with her in some way, shape, or form with how she was. And I'll adapt again. And see what's going on. And then, of course, I'm going to be messing around with Starbay, who's going to get released next month, and see what she brings to the table.
Right, yeah. StarCharger playing Starfire.
Come on now, that makes perfect sense. And then Lord knows what else is to come with the rest of these DLC characters that are going to be released in the upcoming Fighter Packs. But at the end of the day, Selena still has my my heart. She still has the dedication, and like I said, I've adapted to her. I've adapted to 5 different forms of this character across 2 different games. So with the nerfs that have come to the nerfs that came to back 3, I was like, whatever. It's probably just gonna weed out some folks that really didn't have the blood with the character anyway, that were getting away with being reckless with it. So I didn't care about that. And then of course they normalized the jump too, where it's just like, any which way they could have touched the jump too. My mind on that was, any which way you touch that, the Catwoman players are likely to turn that into a pretty good strength. And them angling the whip upwards instead of downwards, believe it or not, I think that's actually going to help Catwoman players a lot more than they think. Yeah, they angled it upwards a little bit, and I actually think that's actually going to help the distance at which she can jump. Believe it or not, I think that's actually going to help her out immensely, and folks probably don't realize that now. Yeah, folks really don't realize that now. I think that's actually going to help her more than they thought it was going to hurt. Yeah, because honestly, I hated the angled down whip such that, there are times where I had a instant jump where I was trying to do an air-to-air, and when it actually hit them too low enough to the ground for me to actually get a follow-up and actually do whatever it is I wanted to do, whereas angling it upwards is actually going to change that a little bit more in her favor, to where I feel I'm not going to actually be putting that bad of a spot, and I can actually get more of those air-to-airs from a distance and actually space those jumps more at another distance where it's going to be even harder to actually try and capture from the ground's point of view. So who knows, we'll have to see, but at the same time I really didn't mind that change. And then of course came the change to remove the armor from her EX Cat Dash, which I actually thought was a I thought it was a bogus change, and the reason why I thought it was a bogus change was not because they removed her full screen armor, but because of the fact that that move in general, it wasn't really something that you wanted to bank on anyway, compared to Injustice 1. Compared to Injustice 1, the new Cat Dash was very bad in the sense that, you know, the armor didn't come out until essentially you were right there in their face. And by that point in time, a lot of times you'll actually get beaten out of the cat dance itself. And, you know, it would have been a pointless expense of a resource because of just how much of a false hope that armor really is. So, in spite of taking away some of her full screen armor, which when it came out it was handy, I don't think it's going to really adjust her game too much because of just how unreliable it was, one, and two, how fast her walk speed is, and a few other items in the game that actually work in her favor. So, but then there came the change of them removing the invincibility from her trait. I thought that was a little unfortunate because, you know, she's had that since the first game, and of course, her trait is not as much of a guaranteed thing as the other characters in the roster, such that her trait's not something that comes back automatically. Her trait's not something that it was something that, you know, you could just flat out say, I'll wait until I get the trait and it's going to be a game changer. No, she has to earn that. She actually has to get her licks and earn that. If a Catwoman player is getting bodied, so to speak, and if they are getting put in a position where, you know, they are just getting pressured to no end and they don't have that available, she does not have access to that trait unless she somehow winds up getting something cooking of her own right. Yeah, that's one of those kinds of things where, you know, when she did get something going enough to where she actually did have the trait at her disposal, I thought having wake up invincibility on that was actually a good way to reward her for actually, you know, getting offensive enough to actually have that in her favor. But her not having that, it's gonna sting her wake up game. She still has the rising claws, which is very good. Fully invincible. It's still a very good reversal attack, but she's gonna have to be very conscientious of what she's doing when she gets knocked down. That's not gonna be something that automatically saves her anymore, like it used to whenever she earned enough scratches to have that resource available. But then again,
is she still plus?
They didn't say anything on that. I expected to stay since they didn't say anything, but then again, you never know. I expect it to stay because, honestly, you know, that should be another perk of her actually having to earn her trait as opposed to it just coming back like a lot of other characters. So I think that should just that part should be left alone. And on top of that, it costs another resource. It costs all of her trait and a bar feeder, so I think that should stay. And I think ultimately it will, but we'll just have to see once the full patch notes get available. But overall, I think Catwoman players are going to be adaptable. I think, you know, me, Samiz, and a few of the other Catwoman players that are putting in work with her, I think we'll be adaptable overall because her mix stays as strong as ever. Her frame traps, you know, they're going to be as potent as ever. Back 3's still going to be able to low profile and be as potent as ever. I mean, there's still a lot to like about it. There's in my opinion...
Junior, did you hear that? StarCharger actually said... It came out of his mouth. He said back 3 actually low profiles.
I've always said back 3 low profile.
I've
always said back 3 low profile. Dude, back 3 has low profile since the game Injustice 1 release. That's been one of her perks since Injustice 1 release. In fact, when people took into account her matchup charts in Injustice 1 and talked about how bad her neutral was, I would always ask them, alright, well, did you say her neutral was bad with or without the back 3 being looked at in consideration? And 8 times out of 10, I'd always get an, oh, I totally forgot about that move. And so, you know, that back 3, it's been great for her ever since the beginning, and I think it'll continue to do so. But switching gears, you know, of course, into the rest of the balance. The rest of the balance is actually something special, such that let me pull up the balance charts that I've actually seen on the notes, or the balance notes that were actually dropped. And I feel, you know, with the direction this game's going, some characters got really good treatment, and some characters, surprisingly enough, didn't get as good of treatment as we thought they would. So yeah, let's take a look at just, you know, everything that's going down. I mean, you got Black Adam, which we know he's gonna have to earn his damage a little bit more. He's not able to just burn a bar, or he's not able to just get all kinds of meterless damage with the black magic when he gets a lick and when he just gets a conversion. So what are your guys? And on top of that, he's gonna have lower damage output. So what are your guys' opinions on Black Adam? They nerf him just right, too hard, too soft, what?
He got to stop him, man. But honestly, there was nothing. I'm sorry. So honestly, something I want to bring up. Why doesn't the community understand the difference between a good design that's just a top tier build? Kung Lao, for example. No matter what they do to Kung Lao, he's just a good character. So why do they have to take... Yeah, exactly. And her, she's a really good example. They took her 50-50 away that she had in Injustice 1, and she's still a top tier character. So it's like, why does the community have to get a top tier design mixed up with broken all the time?
That's a good point. I mean, Catwoman, no matter what they do to her, I mean, unless they just made all her strings like hella punishable, just her tool set is just really solid. Like, she's safe, she's got damage, she's got a good jump in. The low profiling, in the grand scheme, it really doesn't. I mean, it's annoying to deal with, but even if she didn't have the low profiling stuff, which it seems like they've kind of looked at a little bit, she's still going to be good because her normals are just so good and her tools are so good. She doesn't even have a projectile in this game, and that's something a lot of people complain about is, oh, it's zoning, it's boring, it's stupid. She doesn't even have a projectile, and she's as good as she is for a reason.
Right. And then,
so yeah, I agree with your point.
Yeah, you're right. And then going back to Black Adam, what doesn't he have? He has a high advancing string. Okay, that opens up his back 2 because his back 2 is an advancing overhead.
Fighters approaching Arkham Asylum.
That opens up the mind game between that. He has anti-zoning tools like a motherfucker. Black magic, low lightning, and a dive kick. That's plus. Yeah. It's still plus. Like, there's nothing they can do to fix that. And he's just so good. And then even in the corner, he has a vortex. So it's like, Black Adam's just hella good. The only reason he was, even after patch, the only reason he was the top tier in Injustice 2 is because Martian, Zod, Sinestro, Bane, Flash were all just so BS.
Right, and so, with that note, I agree with everything mentioned, by the way, and, it's just like, it seems like the community just really wants a lot of things to come easy, especially when it comes to a lot of top characters, and unfortunately it just doesn't work that way. I mean, you can get as close to a balanced game as possible. You can't stop a lot of characters from being, really good, and of course, even when they get nerfed, they're still good. You still got to put in the work, find ways to learn how to beat them. And instead of finding those ways, it seems like the scene is a little too lazy when it comes to actually going in the lab, finding something that works, and getting whatever they can get. It's like they're not satisfied with whatever they can get out of a certain situation. They want the whole sandwich instead of a slice of the sandwich when it comes to, making something happen. And that's what I think their problem is. And then, of course, they get mad when they wind up hungry as hell because they didn't take the sandwich because they're not getting what they want. And so, that's, at the end of the day, it's tough pity on that part.
I think something with this game that, and I'm not saying people that started with MKX are scrubs or anything, because technically I'm one of those people, because even though I played MK9 and Injustice 1, I wasn't playing or even involved in it. I didn't even know that FGC existed until 2012 or 13 or so. I'm trying to remember my point now. Oh, in this game, like, it's totally different than MKX in the fact that, in MKX, once you got your damage and you got a knockdown, you were just going in again, because, especially in the last portion of the game, because even if somebody wakes up, well, it's not going to launch. 95% of the characters aren't going to armor launch you. There's a few left that still had some. And that's what I was kind of touching on with Dab is, I thought armored launchers would have been good as a wake-up and not in the neutral, and I thought that's what they were going to do. Because offensively in that game, you can just continuously pressure, and if somebody armors, well, you're not going to take huge damage anyway, just go in. Say what?
That down one I just pulled.
Dr. Fate wins.
You see it?
No, I missed it. I've been watching.
Oh,
I've been seeing you
Yeah,
do
you've
that.
been doing
that,
good
on
this stream, Dab Jr. You've been putting in work. You and Swift have been putting it in. I like that. Some really good
Yeah,
matches.
I
tell
hope
people
on
in the chat
something
to
good
jump
for
in.
everyone to watch.
All right, now moving on.
He traded up in rank. Oh, let's get the no chill though.
To finish my point,
Go ahead.
in
I'm
Injustice
sorry.
2, once you knock somebody down, most of the time the neutral is reset, and I think that's what's
True.
causing a lot of people to going off StarCharger's point about they're not satisfied with like a 3-hit combo or a down 1 push, as in that's like one of Fate's biggest things is down 1 push.
City.
He doesn't really get, he can't down 1 trait into his Ankh for a full combo. It's just not, it's not there. So yeah, I think when you think of punish, you think MKX, 30% whatever into a restand, into a mix or whatever. I'm getting huge damage. No, you just get your damage and your neutral resets, and you just play it again over and over.
Some games are like
Yeah, I
that
just
too.
wanted to get that out there.
A lot of games, that's a good point. That's a good point. A lot of other games are like that too, where especially like games like Tekken, where not every punish is gonna be a full combo punish. I mean, sometimes you just get a 3-hit string or a 2-hit or a 1-hit, and that's all you get. But Lord knows you're gonna take it. I'm here to tell you right now, in a game like Tekken, Lord knows whatever punish you can get on somebody to keep them from being able to sustain any kind of offense on you in a game where you really have to work for whatever plus frames you get. You're gonna take whatever punish is there. You're gonna take it, and you're gonna like it. Or, if you're one of those kinds of guys where I want a combo every single time you block something, well, get this. You shall get nothing and like it. Yeah, that's just how games be sometimes. And you know what? In some cases, Injustice is like that too. And on that note, we're going to continue really quickly to run through this balance patch. Then we're going to get into some of the standings with some of the tournament series, talk about that for just a little bit, and then we're going to go into the freestyle session, and then that'll close us out. But just going to go run down through all these characters. All right, so have you guys seen the stream? You guys saw the stream of what NRS did, right? Yeah, you guys saw their little clip notes. All right, so I'm gonna say character's name, and I'm gonna say were they treated right, yay or nay, and then I want some reasons, and we'll take it from there. All right, so we're gonna start with Swamp Thing. Was he treated right, yay or nay?
Yeah, he definitely needed help.
Yay. Yeah, my answer is yay on that. Aqua Loser, was he treated well? Aquaman, was he treated well?
They could have done more.
Over-nerfed, in my opinion. But I think he should have got an overall.
Oh, so you guys say nay?
I'd say they could have done more.
You say they could have done more? Oh, wow. Damn, all right. And Dab Jr., you wanted them to do more too?
Man, I just wanted them to, like, if anything, I felt like they shouldn't have did that from the deep. That was fucked up. But I think they should have just overall nerfed his damage, nerfed his plus strings, and they called it a day.
I say yay because honestly, I thought the From the Deep nerf was actually warranted. It's not one of the nerfs I saw coming, but then again, as much as I would have really wanted them to lower his damage, I mean, this is Aquaman. He is a character in the DC universe that, in spite of how much the man loses his power, as a character in combat, he hits hard. I mean, look at how he was in the Flashpoint series, man. This man hits hard. I'm no fan of. I actually am a slight fan of his in the Flashpoint series, but yeah, he hits hard. And I think they nerfed a bit of that, and they took enough away to where I think, yeah, he won't be an overwhelming powerhouse anymore, but he will still be good. People are fooling themselves by thinking this character won't still be good.
Yeah, he's one of those good design no matter what character.
All right, and then Catwoman, yay or nay?
Yeah.
I will say, believe it or not, I'll say yay because I actually look forward to the challenge. Yeah, like I said, I'm adaptable, so yay. And Atrocitus, yay or nay?
Actually, nay. They should have done more.
Say nay. Yeah,
I think they should have done more.
dude, that range on forward 2 is so retarded. Like, why? It's like I actually checked it out and counted out to calculate it myself. It's 5 steps off of the start of the distance range. Like, why? That's so retarded. It leads until a 50-50. Why should it have that much range? That was one of the biggest issues in MKX was the range on some of the mix-ups.
Yeah, this is like if Katana's forward 2-2 were to have a mix at the end, and you didn't. I mean, people would have been crying on that, and quite frankly, I would not have blamed them. I would not have blamed them. And this is the same thing, and honestly, Atrocitus, I guess they're just gonna let them live and die by the mix. But they took away some of those breath block strings, and I actually thought that was
smart.
That was actually pretty smart of them. And then they also did some adjustments with what happens to Dexstar, and I actually thought that was warranted. I thought that was gonna happen.
Yeah, that was bound to happen. What do you think, Echo?
Atrocitus is one of those characters I never really had it was just a guess, right? I never really had a huge... I didn't have a problem with him, to be honest. Now, of course, I'm not playing in, weekly tournaments like you guys are. I wish I was, but one of them I commentate. The other one takes, people's entire day. And Sunday is my first day off, and I'm just not willing to sit and watch bull crap happen all day. So maybe I'm not really in tune with how dumb Atrocitus was. But the ones that I played, and I played really good ones, I don't know. It was just guess the mix. If you guess wrong, you get comboed. If you guess right, you just back 3 meter burn if Dexstar's out.
Right.
Or push block, which is something that actually that was one of the mechanics that took me a little while to get used to. I'm still getting used to it because getting hit or clashing when you're trying to push block something, you just start to not even try it anymore. Yeah.
You said you didn't play Injustice 1, right?
And then
I didn't play it serious, but I played it. Zatanna was a good character in that game.
She was bad.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, like, how could they go from having a just hit right trigger to push block, which was super convenient, to forward right trigger? Like, what?
Save that as a no-chill topic, bro. Yeah, that would make a great no-chill topic, because I plan on going in on that. Yeah, I plan on tag teaming with you on that topic once we get into the freestyle section. But just to finish off this balance, we're gonna go right into the Flash. Yay or nay? Did they do good by him?
Yeah, they did. I like what they did.
All right,
a good Punisher for that distance. Yeah,
I think yay, I guess, because I don't think he needed a startup frame buff on a lot. But then again, he's the fastest man alive, so it kind of makes sense that they gave him something that's actually to his character's credit. All right, so I actually like that. Batman, yay or nay?
What did he? I don't know what they did about it.
Yeah, Meter Burn Batarang has less frame advantage, and if he dashes forward after using it, he's left at neutral.
He's 0.
And then he has damage scaling adjustments when he has the character power bats out.
I like it because he was kind of like just loop pressure. They went a different way than I thought maybe did. The only thing I ever had a problem with Batman, his pressure was crazy, but I was always hopeful that once he pulled a bat out, so if he had just one trait meter and he pulled that one bat out, that his trait would stop building until he used that bat. So he would actually have to wait, okay, if I want 3 bats, I gotta be patient. But that's not what happened. I think what they did is fine.
I actually say nay on Batman because I actually thought his jump 2 could have actually been I don't think my jump 2 was the only thing that should have been touched in this adjustment. Because honestly, his jump 2, if anything, was something that needed to get toned up on more than any other jump attack in the game. So the fact that they're not doing anything to that, it's a little triggering. But then again, it's like, all right, you want to know something? Whatever. I guess he won't be able to loop stuff off of the explosive Batarangs, and I thought they could have toned down the recovery of his retreating Batarang, but then again, it is what it is, I guess.
Man, they should have did something about his trade recharge time.
I agree with that too. And then but Red Hood, yay or nay?
You know what?
Yeah. I agree with what they did.
I say
that
yay.
wake up was dumb. It wasn't even real. But
It's not a real wake up. But then again, you know, it's so fast, and then the block stun is so wonky. You know, even when you block it, it's just like, dude, what can you do?
Exactly.
Yeah, so it is what it is, but I like it.
Superman. Before we get to this, Superman?
Yes,
Superman.
Everything.
Yeah.
Stupid.
I say yay. Yay.
Yeah, me too.
Yay.
I agree.
Gorilla Grodd, yay or nay?
Yay.
I don't know yet.
Alright, now here's what he can do. Here's that change that we were talking about. He can cancel into the Psionic Push or the Savage Strength projectile immunity almost immediately after he uses his character power. So this gives his character power a lot more utility than it had before. And then he has the Stampede does more damage, you know, the Rush, and then his Infinite combo was removed.
Thank God.
Fighters approaching Fortress of Solitude.
You know how we've talked about characters with good design?
Yep.
I think Grodd, just the way he's designed, is just like, yeah, it's like, wow, how straightforward. Because he was a character I was hyped for, and then I looked at his moves, and I'm like, wow, that's really what he is. So, props to Coach Steve and Omega K for making that character what he is, but oh my gosh.
Him being an ape, I actually expected as much. And he just goes ape on people.
Literally goes ape on thing. It's cool to watch, but I'm like, Jesus.
Dude, I laugh my ass off every single time I see a Grodd loop combo. It is the funniest thing in the world to me.
It is.
It is the funniest thing to watch to me whenever I see one of his loop combo. And then and the fact that I'm seeing a gorilla clothesline the shit out of you, that's just too good.
Right?
Too good. And then
I love Rock. He's hyped and
he is hyped.
Oh man,
he is hyped now. Next one up. Oh man, this one I'm scared about. This one I'm scared about. Cheetah.
Oh, Brainiac. Oh, Cheetah. Oh my. Why did? Okay.
Wait, did they buff her?
They buffed her up. Yep.
What?
They actually gave her her better plus frames on some of her mixed strings. 223 and 332 are now. Yeah, 223 is now save on block instead of being punishable, and 332 is now frame advantage on block.
Okay, Junior. Okay, literally, and I'm gonna say verbatim from the stream. It was so weird, and I don't know if I can even process it now. The string that they made plus, they were like, well, nobody blocks the string correctly anyway, so if they do block it, now she's advantageous. I was like,
what?
So get hit by the mix, or just block it and then still get disadvantage. What?
Are they?
But it is.
Oh. Nobody blocks it, but just in case you block it, she's gonna do plus stuff.
Yeah. It was weird, but I don't know, man. Cheetah, you don't see very many of them, but the ones you see are like really crazy. It takes a special playstyle. I don't. Was that the only thing she got? Just the advantage?
Yeah, she just that was all she got. She didn't get like anything forward advancing or anything outside of course her pounce, but it's just like she still is she's still as YOLO as ever when it comes to using that and trying to get in, but when she's in, man, she's gonna be probably the picture perfect definition of an unstoppable force, man. Nothing but mix.
The Flash.
Mix. And then
my boy Echo said that. Oh, I gotta say this real quick. I know I should have waited until the.
And then Sarcastic Koopa, man, he's saying Shin is gonna be a powerhouse now. And honestly, you want to know something? I want to see what Shin can bring out of that. I really want to see it because I know he's gonna stick with the game, and I really can't wait to see what he can do. Yeah, I welcome Shin to this community. Go ahead, Dab Junior.
Oh hell yeah! I was saying, man, Echo said it takes a special kind of play style to play Cheetah. This is my opinion.
Yeah, it's called YOLO.
It takes. No. It's not even called YOLO. It's not called YOLO. You have to have like an extra bone in your forehead so that your cranium could withstand all the pounding you have to do into your face into your controller because you just hit buttons when she makes it. Like, that's all it takes to play Catwoman. So, like, Red Leafy, you can tell with that 5-hit. Alcatraz, he got a 5-hit. Shin definitely has a 5-hit. He uses some of that. Yeah, Nuke got a huge ass. He got a Vin Diesel dome. So, I'm saying, like,
we're not even in the jail section yet.
We're not even there, bro.
Oh man, and Shin has all that emo hair to cover his forehead, so you smash your face with the joint, you get mixed. Oh man, that's bullshit.
Meanwhile, Dr. Fate back 1 down 3 is like -28.
Right?
Going into the next one, I guess is Deadshot. Now, what do you guys think about him?
No,
Yay or nay?
those wrist pistols need to go. That shit is bull.
I am nay on this as well. I thought the wrist cannon got off way too easy.
Dude,
I thought it got off way too easy. That quick shot got off way too easy.
That needs to go.
I thought it got off way too easy. I mean, he can't stagger anymore like he could, man. That's good, but I thought the wrist shot was probably as much of a problem, if not more so of a problem, than the staggers. So I honestly thought that needed to get touched up on when he whiffs a shot.
Man, let me put my opinion out there, because I was just talking about this to Rico Suave and Grid the other day. And they tease me, they're like, oh, so you hate patience. I was saying, when that motherfucker is spamming a wrist pistol, and you're micro walking through it, you're doing less than a micro walk. You're literally walking like this. Like, what?
Yeah.
Where are you going? And then he's gonna meter rifle shot you back? Like, what?
Yeah, I thought he got off easy with the rifle continuing to push back on meter burn as hardcore as it goes. I thought he got off very easy.
He's so cheap.
He got off very easy. I don't want them to nerf him to the ground by any stretch of the imagination, because of course he was built to stay at a distance. But then again, the only thing the things I thought he got off easy on was him having rushed down like 50-50 staggers. One. Two, the wrist shot being as forgivable as it is from a distance, where essentially he can just use that to build bad amounts of meter, and then just of course use the meter burn rifle to keep you away. And three, of course, just the fact that in general this character just has so much utility with all of his bullets, where he's always gonna have the resources, and you're gonna have to just play his game. Yeah. At all times. So, but at the same time, it's just like, I guess we couldn't get the whole candy bar, so we got the Hershey's Kiss. Yeah.
One thing that I didn't think of till now is wake ups like Darkseid's meter burn knee or Deadshot meter burn knee. How it breaks. If you read it and you armor, it'll get broken, but even if you read it and you block, now you can jump those, which not every character is going to have. This goes back to what we were talking about earlier. They're not going to have optimal punishes jumping over something like that, or even if they can reach them. But it was always funny to me to see wake ups that break armor but also safe or plus.
And what move in particular are we talking about?
Deadshot knee or
knee, okay.
Darkside knee, either one of them.
Yeah, you can just jump back and just punish the hell out of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then just have that ready. But, yeah, I agree. Deadshot, I still think he's gonna be something to see, even with the changes. I mean, he got, like I said, he got off easy, and then his down one comes out in 7 frames, up from 6 frames. Whoop-de-dee.
Yeah.
And then there's
super real buff.
Yeah, next character up is Poison Ivy. Yay or nay?
I think it depends on who you ask. I'm not sure yet with Ivy, because I always felt like she was a pretty solid footsie character, but she did have her issues, and that down 2 may help her. Did they even say how much faster her down 2 is
They did not say specifically. They just said, but according to the notes, it says it's somewhat better for anti-airs, and that's pretty much what I got out of it. Same with her her back 3. Her back 3 is a little bit faster now, so if they want to use it for anti-airing purposes, they probably can, but they better use that resource in order to guarantee it's going to do its job. Otherwise, they're just going to be in for another life of disappointment. And then
Yeah,
it says
probably
they
both
gave
still.
her less damage scaling for the vine drill. Yeah.
Poison Ivy's a high skill cap character.
I think yay. Yeah, because it's just like, dude, yeah, you don't want to give this character too much. She's already got a lot of stuff going in
Oh,
her
yeah.
favor.
Yeah, she could. You got to be real careful with
I
something
mean, yeah,
like that.
'cause
I'm anxious to see it.
Me too.
See how it turns out.
Me too, because she's one or two giant buffs away from being super top tier, like the next Aquaman. She's already like a pseudo version of Aquaman, more or less.
Oh,
Bro,
yeah.
let me tell you, at Combo Breaker, because I didn't really have Ivy experience aside from
Yeah.
Zwei, and we had only played a couple times, and I was rocking Dr. Fate all of Combo Breaker, and I had to go against Guamo, and he was an Ivy player, and that shit went down to 3-2. I wish somebody would have recorded it, because I actually wound up winning, and he made it out of the pool too. He beat everybody else. I was actually kind of proud that I actually beat him. But Jesus Christ, man, that when even playing Dr. Fate when she's got Yoshi out, Jesus, man, and she's got the no chip damage as well. God, that character can be really, yeah, they got to be careful with her.
Yeah, I agree. And moving on to the next character, which is Supergirl, yay or nay?
Yay. I'm gonna say yay. As long as she doesn't have plus lasers like the beta, I'm good. Plus downward laser anyway.
Yeah, man, it's just like I thought Supergirl is just like they better be very careful with how they bring her up. They better be very careful. And we'll have to see how careful they were, but you know, at least she got something that I think will quell that community a little bit. Dr. Fate, I know you weren't very happy about him getting buffed, Dab Jr.
No, that was bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, so, yeah, and you're one of the few guys that I've actually seen that actually legitimately gets mad at the fact that his character got a little bit of good treatment. And so, yeah, go right ahead, buddy.
Oh, dude. Fate, I can't be more honest about it. Fate is one of the most broken zoners I've ever played in my entire life. And I've played Sinestro. Like, Fate is a cheap piece of shit. And he's so fucking brain dead. His neutral is retarded. Why does forward 2 up 3 naturally option select and it's safe on max distance? Why does he have a good ass mix-up? Why does he have stupid ass plus frames with his onks out? Why does he have a throw that he could combo off of in the corner? Why does he have a teleport that he could make plus? Why does he have an orb that he could freeze? Why does his fucking red fireballs have hella pushback and do ridiculous amounts of chip? Why is his meter build bullshit? Why does he have every tool to anti-air gun? Why does he have a 4-frame air-to-air? Why the hell is off push -8? Like, are you kidding me? Like, are you serious with this shit? And this needs buffs? Are they listening to Too Easy and Playing to Win on Twitter? Because that shit is blasphemy. It's retarded. He's so broken. Are they watching Beat on Red Hot Sundays and saying, "Oh, this character sucks"? Because he makes Fate look like garbage. Like,
whoa,
is this
okay, now we're going into the no chill again.
No.
Oh yeah, man.
Oh my
yeah,
God.
we're combining a little bit of the no chill in with the balance, and I love it. This is greatness.
Dude, you don't understand. I made this character, and I got so bored of the same repetitive, brain-dead, stupid... Oh, but not to mention, he has the best grounded mobility in the game. He has the best... His dash rules of 50-50. Like, but he needs buffs to be safer on Onk Push? Okay, so now I guarantee, I'm calling it, back when down 3 Onk Push is about to be an infinite. Like, are you kidding me? This shit is... Paco is the dumbest motherfucker I ever seen. So broken. And now he's even more. I'm not even gonna play him anymore because he's so broken. I don't even want to play the game because he's so broken, and he's the only character I give a shit about right now. Like, I don't even care about this game right now because my character is so cheap and broken. What? I don't get this. I don't understand. Like, what is this bullshit?
This man just straight up called Paulo out. I love it.
Dude, you don't understand. Like, when I went to Evo last year, and don't take this the wrong way as like a serious threat, but when I went to Evo last year, and I'm chilling with my friends and my girlfriend at the bar, and I see Paulo, it took a lot out of me to not walk up behind him and hit him with a beer bottle to be like, nigga, get your shit straight on these buffs and these nerfs. Like, and then he goes and buffs Dr. Fate like this? Hello? Is this is exactly how it felt when he made Martian Manhunter's teleport even safer in Injustice 1.
Oh my god, you know, I'm amazed Paulo has not come out and just gave you, oh my god, that sounds like something I would have said, and yet here we go. Yeah, you know Paulo is a fan of the show, right? You know he's in the chat, right?
Shit. Whoops. My bad.
Black Canary.
Hey, it's no chill. You already done said it now. You already done said it now.
Echo, why would you say such things, Echo? What is wrong with you?
Bro, you know that one, bro.
Oh, man. Echo, why would you do such a thing?
Fighters approaching the
You know that
Damn,
you know that
Echo,
was
that's
not me,
savage.
bro. I don't even play Fate, okay?
man.
I've never even laughed that character in my life.
Oh my god.
Man.
Oh
yeah,
my
guys.
god.
What's going on, everybody?
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Hey, what's
I will
good,
say this.
Blackula?
I will say this though. I was glad to see that Fate spinning it straight and a bar meter for the red push combo. Getting a little bit of love there because that's 2 resources that you're spending for. I think now it's like, depending on what your ender is, it's about 25 to 20, or I'm sorry, 250 to 280, depending on what you end with. So you know it's good. Spend both those resources.
Oh my heart.
Personally, I was hoping to see the red Onyx Pro come back, but woe is me, we didn't get it. And look at the sideboard on the screen, by the way.
Well, I want to mention something to you guys, especially you, Echo. I've withheld this tech for quite a while on Fate, but it's going to blow your mind when I say this. He has a meterless vortex in the corner. Doesn't require onks or anything.
Oh, we've got tech. We've got tech talk.
I found it late. Me and my boy Nineplex found it day 1. He showed it to me recently about 3 weeks ago. I don't care about this thing. I hate it. I'm so StarCharged. But in the corner, you can end your combos in back 1 down 3, back 1 down 3 2, push. You do forward 2, and then you immediately go into forward 3. And you can make it, if they don't quick rise or anything like that, you get a little bit of time to walk forward, just a slight inch in forward 3, and forward 3 crosses. If you don't move, it stays in the front. So that's just a pretty messed up mix-up he has.
Yeah.
Alright. Nice tech talk. I like that. I like that. I like that.
I also wanted to say this though. I didn't mention this about Fate, but why the hell does he get so much off of a fireball? And like I said, I made this character on bitching about this because it's so cheap. He can do a fireball and cast 2 onks for free. He can do a fireball and get a free backdash. He can do a fireball and get a free orb. Like, what is this bullshit? And then he has a guaranteed 20% chip set up with, well actually I guess it depends on the character since everyone has different health. But you could have 3 onks out, shoot 1 fireball, not even meter burn it. 1 fireball, cast your onks as it's flying to the opponent. It's almost guaranteed to land all 3 onks. If it doesn't, big deal, just cast another onk out. But once those land, you do an orb, fireball, meter burn fireball after the regular fireball. Then the orb will connect, and then you get to do another fireball, meter burn by your choice. And you get a shit ton of chip damage.
Alright, well, I love it, and we'll probably get more into that in the upcoming segments, but just to blaze through the list one more time. We're now on the Black Canary. What do you guys think? Yay or nay?
Oh man, she could be a character that we just talked about. They got
Black
be
Canary.
real careful. I've seen a lot of talk about how people that already know so much about her are talking about she's about to be really crazy.
Honestly,
so,
I think Black Canary is about to be the next big thing. She will be the next big thing. She's got some really, really scary stuff now. And she was already scary before.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she was different from the beta. We talked about that a little bit when Dab was here. She's different now compared to what she was in the beta, but at the same time, she was still a force in her own way, such that, you know, she was only, you know, that one or two changes away from having her potential unleashed again. And with the things that I'm seeing that they've given her, I expect to see more of Dinah Lance in the coming month once this patch has been released, because she's got some really good stuff here. 3-3 is now advantage on block. Her follow-ups from her hamstring specials cause more knockback on block. Back 1-2 deals more damage and is now more safe on block. 1-1-2 is now safe on block. And 1-1-2, 1+2 is now a true throw. That is a true tick throw, folks.
Wait, what?
Which means she can either mix that in with her trait if she catches you trying to jump to escape it. You can escape it with a jump, or you can escape it just by dashing away. But this opens up a whole nother possibility such that this character can just rely on 1-1-2, 1+2 in order to either tick throw your ass for big damage, or for that matter, she can just trade up with level 3, level 2, and get a full combo and just blow you up like a nuke.
What are we watching?
That is what I'm actually trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure this out with these guys right now, and this kind of reminds me of Catnip Hero String back when he would just let it rock when there was no AFK mode in Injustice 1, and he would just somehow have Joker set to just do 3-3 all day while we just beat the hell out of him. This reminds me a lot of that. This is not optimal gameplay at all, and quite frankly, these boys, they're trying to step it up. God, they're trying to step it up just as we're blowing them up in front of 90 people. They're trying to step it up, but oh my God, guys.
That's what, who's after Canary? Who's after Canary?
Dude, I don't usually do this to folks when they come and play on my stream. I usually don't. I'm more civil than this. I'm more civil than this, but god damn it.
Oh my god.
Bruh, I don't even know what's going on.
Oh my god. The no chill has already reached it's already starting to peak. Oh my god, these poor kids.
Who's after Canary? Brainiac?
These poor guys. Oh my god, what are we gonna have next? Oh my god, what match are we gonna see next as we get ready to talk about Wonder Woman and the stuff she got, and yay or nay on that?
Captain Cold.
Honestly, Wonder Woman is just like, they did not get what they wanted. They really wanted to have the character power. They wanted to have some real control over their character power, and they did not get that. But they did get something with the character power. It's now reduced recovery, so they can actually do more with it once they got it.
In combos too, which I think there's a couple background bounces that she can actually, you know, activate trade, even pre-patch, like right now. But you know, she's not really execution heavy, but her back 3 is a little wonky, and I've seen so many drops just because the back 3 is just kind of weird. But I don't know, we'll see. I mean, she's got a safe low option now. It's gonna be.
I don't think she needed a safe 50-50. I don't think she needed that. But then again, who am I to talk? Who am I to talk?
Star motherfucking Charger. That's it.
And
I just hope it's not too much to where it takes away from, you know, because Wonder Woman players, you know, most of them that I've run into really love that character, and I just hope, you know, she doesn't get buffed too much to where it's like, you know, you see Wonder Woman way too much, or you know, the players of that character get called out, you know.
I agree.
For playing their character.
I agree. I don't think that'll happen, to be honest. I think they buffed her enough to where the loyalists are going to be rewarded, and the guys that want to come on the bandwagon are still going to have to work for them wins.
Oh yeah.
And ultimately, as we see Cold versus Canary, talk about a match you hardly see. Where I'm just sitting here thinking, if the Cold player just puts down the EX puddle, he's just gonna put poor little Black Canary in her place. And here we go. And There you go. And speaking of Captain Cold, he's the next character. So, yay or nay on Captain Cold? Did they do him right or no?
Yeah.
I say
I forgot what they did to him.
Hitbox, he's got hitbox adjustments for his attacks. Standing 3 is a good anti-air.
He's got an all hot, a 3 hitting high string, which is me and Lakim are still in the chat. We're talking about like how did 3 hitting high, and it's like 9-frame startup right now or something.
Yes, it is. I think it's his forward 2 or something like that.
Yeah.
It's actually really good when he's up close, but then again, you know, of course, if you're not standing, well then of course he gets lit by low hitbox characters in a big way. But overall, yeah, he does have his niche matchups where, you know, those matchups are either really good right now or they're really bad. But honestly, you know, his frost field is going to activate faster. His meter burn ice wall will have a smaller gap in which projectiles can penetrate it and they say it's going to be like a 1-frame gap. So honestly, I think they did him up right. I think they did a good job on him by not going overboard, but they gave him some things that are actually going to tilt some of those bad matchups into a much more favorable range for him.
One thing I remember them talking about too is if he does the meter burn wall up close, from what I took from the way they worded it, is that you'll still be able to blow it up just like now. I don't know if, you know, if there's a different gap between if you block it and when it's just done in neutral, or how it's kind of done, but it made it sound like if he does it up close, you can still blow it up, but if he does it far away, it's going to be really tough to interrupt. So yeah, I want to see more Captain Cold. I want to see a lot of these characters, because, you know, even I'll be honest, man, casting, you know, 90% of top 5 matches is really tough to do every week, twice a week. You know, and keep it actually interesting. Sometimes it's just really tough to be like, oh, again, come on. So seeing more of the roster is going to be nice, regardless.
I agree, and with that, we're going to Robin. So I'm actually yay on this. I didn't think they needed to give him much, although I think it's going to be interesting seeing him have 4-3, have close and far versions of
that's
of
interesting.
That's going to be very interesting. Yeah, I agree.
Man, I gotta put my opinion on that. I would say it's in the stream, it's probably going to be mad in sense, but why did they give him that? The character, can they just accept the fact that that character has a shit design? Like,
what?
You're gonna have to guess now.
What?
You have to. Yeah, I mean, I play Fate, so I said to do that character. But like, but for real though, like he just, his design in some fields is kind of lacking. They didn't need to give him a buff that crazy. Like now, he probably has 50-50 with that now.
He just might, but then again, we have to see just how well that distance plays itself out before we jump to those kinds of conclusions. I mean,
you're right.
I mean, even still, Supergirls has the same exact capability right now, and unfortunately, unless they get you in the corner, and unless they want to go for one of those fraudulent reset opportunities, it's limited in its use right now, to say the least. So I'll actually reserve the right to judge on that until we see it actually swing its head. I mean, I see, like you said, I see Hayate in the string, and I gotta see, you know, just what their opinions are, what his opinions are on the new Robin. But at the end of the day, I think they gave him enough without just like saying, all right, well, here's a boatload of candy, kid, go crazy. And speaking of going,
let's be honest, like most of these characters got like very small. Most of them got like very small touches. I'm gonna assume, just to kind of see how it plays out and just, you know, figure, like, they're not giving a ton of stuff to all the characters. Like most of the characters didn't even get touched, except for Aquaman, of course. Aquaman completely.
And then going into the next one, we've got Brainiac. Yay or nay?
Hey, my mic cut off. I was still going.
Yay.
But yeah.
Yay.
Yay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Brainiac.
Oh yeah, I'm hyped for this.
This character is gonna be so. He's gonna be a pain in the ass to fight against, but he's gonna be so much fun to watch. He's gonna be one of those characters that's gonna. He's gonna be like El Fuerte in Street Fighter 4, where he's just a pain in the ass to fight against, but you just love watching him do his work whenever you're not playing against him.
He's so fun to watch. Dude, seeing those, swinging off the ceiling. Oh man, he's so cool.
He's gonna be something else. And then of course going into the next character, the last character that actually got some changes, Bane. What do y'all think? Yay or nay?
What they do to Bane?
They gave him a little bit. They say that they may have given him a little increased damage for his normals, increased damage for some meter burn specials, and his standing 1 is a little bit faster. So that seems to be about it.
He did need that. Yeah, he needed, because like down 1 is really slow, but it's really good. But he didn't really have anything to. Yeah, he needed it, I think. Just to kind of help with some of that range and punishing a lot of stuff without just, going in with armor all the time.
Well, here's my opinion on Bane. So, okay, StarCharger, I really want to point this question towards you right here. Okay. Do you remember how fucked up he used to be?
You don't even have to ask.
Dude.
You don't even have to ask. I remember full well how stupid he was in Injustice 1. And you want to know something? They're doing everything in their power to make sure this character will never be that stupid again.
Yeah, exactly. And this is why I get so frustrated with Gur and the Bane community. Because I'm like, broken.
Agreed. And then overall, I think they're taking the same approach with him that they took with Kenshi in MKX, because in all honesty, Kenshi was a character where, dude, you just knew full well that they were never gonna make an abomination like that again, and if they did, the hell that they were gonna catch was just gonna be absolutely legendary. Yeah, so you knew they were going to tippy-toe around ever making a character that dumb again, and they've taken that same approach with Bane and a few other characters. I wish they'd taken it at the start with Aquaman, because I spoke with Ed Boon personally a couple of years ago at the last Evo for Injustice 1, and we were talking, and then we got to Aquaman, and he said he even admitted that Aquaman was a bitch. Yeah, he even admitted that that Aquaman was a character that they really needed to tone down, although Lord knows, it would have been great for them to back that up in a patch or an update, and they never did, given just how broken the game was at the time. But in general, when you get right down to the thick of it, they approach this game with an idea that, all right, well, he's not going to be as stupid this time by. They took away a lot of things that he did have in Injustice 1 this time by, and made some of the stuff that returned a lot more punishable, but he still wound up being stupid good, and now it's come to this new balance patch where they had to bring him down again, because a lot of the stuff that he had in the previous game that made him really stupid OP return in a big way. So now they're really taking a approach to where things are like this balance wise. They're trying to bring it to more like this, and that I respect.
Right.
But for some of these characters right here that have no changes, this is going to really be something to get some opinions out of. So, first one with no changes was Sub-Zero. Obviously, I'm going to say yay because of two reasons. One, it's too early, and two, from what I've seen so far, there's nothing stupid or broken about him that I would think needs to be patched, and there's nothing so bad about him where I think he needs to get buffs either. I think they actually did good.
Yeah, and that's what's frustrating about the Sub-Zero community right there, is because they want all these things, and I think Echo said it earlier before we started the podcast, actually, is they want MKX Sub-Zero back. And it's like, he has those tools. Yeah, they want all these stupid mixes, but I think NRS knows that those mixes with those clones in the corner was fucked up. So it's like, dude, first and foremost, this is Injustice. Just because he's in Injustice doesn't mean he needs to have an MKX design. He doesn't belong in this game, and that design of a character from MKX doesn't belong in here. Like,
I
I
can
wish they
actually agree with
realized
that. I can actually agree with that because honestly, it feels so weird getting hit by Sub-Zero's ice ball and then having to remind myself that this character does not freeze you for a full combo if that ice ball hits you. Sometimes I have to remind myself, oh wait a minute, I can move. I can move.
Yeah.
That I'm not used to that. I shouldn't be used to that because honestly, that's not something that that character was founded upon. But then again, you know, it is what it is in this game, and given the circumstances, it's good to see that they actually got off on the good foot with putting what he has out there in this game. That he can actually do his thing without actually being stupid while doing it. So
don't forget too. I think before Sub-Zero came out, I knew one, he wasn't going to be like MKX, and even if he was, you have invincible wake-ups. Everybody has access to the same armor. So even if that were the case, there's a lot of options to get out, but he's not. And a lot of Sub-Zeros I run into wind up, if they get you in the corner, being a Fate player, that matchup isn't even hard anyway. But if they get you in the corner, you see a lot of 4-3s and a lot of sweeps. And that's pretty much the gist of it. And it's like, wow.
Agreed.
I don't know.
Going into the next one, you've got here's a character that I'm amazed got no changes given the circumstances. But then again, I probably shouldn't be, seeing as how I'm starting to see this character come up in a lot of different ways competitively, and that character is Cyborg. Yay or nay on him not getting any changes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to agree. I don't. The only person I ever see him play as him is Illusions. Competitively.
I've seen Illusions, Kinetic Balding, and Alucard. Alucard is using him as a main, along with Sleep.
I didn't know Alucard was. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, so the 4-3 guy, the F3 guys are actually using a lot of Cyborg right now.
I like it, man.
Well.
Like, yeah. I mean, he looks solid, but I guess it's safe to assume he's a lot better than Injustice 1, at least.
Yes, I definitely agree with that. No doubt.
Day 1 Cyborg, though? Day 1 Cyborg in Injustice 1, though?
Oh, no. No.
Oh, no. S-tier Cyborg, literally.
I still think that was overhyped, but, it is what it is. That's just me. And that's just also me being a Catwoman main, because it's just like, though that didn't apply to me. But, it is what it is. And going into the next character, Green Lantern, yay or nay? No changes for Green Lantern.
Oh yeah,
I think he's good as is.
Very good design.
I think he's good as is.
Super good design.
And then Harley Quinn, yay or nay?
You know what, man?
I am nay on this.
Yeah, me too. I think
I am nay on this because, quite frankly, we touched on it earlier, and yeah, this was another jump too that I thought should have been normalized. And in all honesty, backtracking just a little bit to Green Lantern, I thought his jump 1 should have been normalized too, given just how stupid the active frames on that thing is.
I agree.
And just like, wow, these frames, as soon as you do the move, it's just like they're stuck in that animation, and the active frames are continuing on throughout the duration of the entire move while it's in the air. You try an anti-air and you get lit. And that was very disappointing to me to see it be like that, and to ultimately have to continue to deal with that while this character still has just godlike zoning on top of what she has with her rushdown capability. But it is what it is.
For good zoners, it's even hard to outzone her sometimes.
Exactly, and then next character up is
she's so good.
Yeah, she is Joker. Yay or nay on him getting nothing?
Yay! Oh yeah.
Yay! Yeah, I'm yay on it because he's still a very souped up version of what he once was, and it's not even up for debate. I mean, he's one of those kinds of characters where if they go too hard with buffing him, then it's going to be a very big problem. He's going to be a very large problem when it comes to balance. So I think they approached that one all right for now. And another one that I think they approached right for now, I'll say yay on this one, is Green Arrow.
Yeah.
What happened to Green Arrow exactly?
Yeah, nothing. No changes.
Nothing.
Basically, every character that's being rattled off is a character that got no changes, and it's either yay or nay, and what's your reason? So after Green Arrow is a Blue Beetle.
Yeah.
Fighters approaching contact.
I'm gonna say nay. I would like to see 423. I said this before the stream, but 423 I wish was at least special cancelable on block, or just made relatively safe. It's just it doesn't lead to really anything, and it's his longest ranging normal outside of trait, so it's just kind of like you just got to do 4-2 shield, and you know, if it's a punish, do 4-2 and do a combo or 4-2 shield on block. But otherwise, yeah, I don't know. 4-2-3 is just a weird. It's so negative, like negative 14 or 16, just something crazy off a double mid that launches for barely much. So.
Right, and then my answer is, believe it or not, it's tough for me to say in the undecided. I don't want to leave it undecided, but I think I'm gonna probably have to say yay, because I think Blue Beetle is the kind of character that there's still a lot of tech yet to be found so far with him, because he's one of those characters I knew it was gonna take several months for folks to really unlock his potential. I mean, you know, you talk to any Blue Beetle player, they'll tell you that really they would have wanted to see a little bit of a change to his trait and his hover capabilities, but outside of that, you know, they were really satisfied with the way he is, and you know, it is what it is. I mean, I'm home to the sorriest Blue Beetle combo you will ever see in your life. So, honest to God, you don't want to take my expertise for it.
he just got, like, Aquaman was a terrible matchup for Beetle. I hated that matchup. And I even tried it against Dab and it was absolutely disgusting. But, you know, I think Blue Beetle and Aquaman probably not going to change as far as the matchup goes. And a lot more. I'm finding at least one or two new little. See where he ends up in a couple months. Just see what kind of stuff.
Indeed, I agree. I could not agree more. Yeah, you are.
Begin.
You're definitely, you're definitely hitting all those nails on the head, buddy. And then, how to hit this nail, man? I'm actually a bit triggered about this one. And by triggered, I mean I'm probably gonna. I don't know if I'm gonna go off on Paulo as hard as Dab Jr., but I am.
Oh, please.
But all the same, I'm very disappointed that this one is going to remain the way he is because of the things going against him. And that character is Firestorm. You're getting no changes. Firestorm.
Yeah, and you were right earlier about his moveset.
I'm triggered. I am just absolutely triggered right now. And you know, that character, you want to talk about a character that deserves some better movement and some better capability with. These guys built this character to be a I'm going to punish you from a distance character. And it's kind of hard for him to really do that at a high level with the fact that this guy moves at the pace that molasses rolls uphill. I mean, you seen Gary the Snail trying to win a race on SpongeBob? You saw the guy, that Lightning Larry, the snail that comes out to try and carry the torch out to begin the games. That's essentially what Firestorm's movement is like in the air and on the ground. Why in the holy hell you left it that way? Damned if I know, Paulo. Damned if I know.
I have to ask though, because Firestorm is a character that maybe I overly respect. I don't know, but even no matter if I'm playing Fate or Beetle, if I go in the air as Beetle,
chances are you are overly respecting
the Superman. Yeah, and I know he can only put it in 3 different places on the screen, but it.
Yep.
Like, it's so hard to actually zone him and feel comfortable without trying to jump and then getting hit by a Superman, or, you know, staying grounded and getting caught by the Molten Trap and then get destroyed.
Well, yeah, well, there's the tip of also staying at total full screens distance away, because there's nothing Firestorm can really do to you. And this is another big thing that triggers the holy hell out of me. The fact that the lava trap, the full screen version of the lava trap, it doesn't even go full screen, yet you gave Aquaman the bullshit that he had, and Ivy the bullshit that she's got. Why do these characters get these full screen tracking options, and I'm left with this lava trap that doesn't even go 2/3 of the screen? What in the holy fuck? I actually have to do a back down movement to get the lava trap out, and in order to do the far version of it, I have to position this thing. So why don't I get rewarded for a full screen move like that, where I can do that, whereas Aquaman, Ivy, et al. Soups, they get all their full screen junk, and I can't have my full screen junk with Firestorm. And then they want to say, oh, but you got the fireball, fast fireball. Yeah, it is fast. It is fast. You want to know something? The meter burn beam, you know, it seems like it's fast and it seems like it's good, but here's what makes it a build. Echo just said it a moment ago. It's a high. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, Paulo. It's a high. You guys created this character to be a distance character, and you're good with giving Deadshot 8 bullets that hit my ankles, alongside giving him God knows how many wrist cannon bullets he doesn't even have to reload or go into any kind of recovery frames on. Yet I can't get a meter burn beam that hits mid with Firestorm, or for that matter, a lava trap that hits all the way full screen when I use the full fucking screens option. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot.
Black Canary, Dark Side.
And what's more,
this on tilt over
his torpedo has no meter burn option, which triggers the hell out of me. I'd like to have an armored option, and on top his mids in the neutral, back 1 forward 1, stubby, dinosaur limb, T-Rex limbs, range races. Like here's my back 1. Here's my back 1 and forward 1. I'm doing it right now. I'm not reaching nobody with that. And then there's this forward 2, which is a very good move to use in the neutral. And this move just so happens to be 15 frames. What in the holy hell am I going to do in the neutral with a 15 frame forward advance? What the hell? What the hell? They could have made that 11 or 12 frames and I'd have been satisfied, given the fact that he does have some legitimate frame traps off of the 4-2 string into the EX burst. Because that's +4 on block. He's got legit frame traps off of that using some of his tech. But in general, and here's the biggest thing. Here's the coup de grace. The past de resistance when it comes to Firestorm that just triggers the shit out of me. His trait. It takes forever. Bruh, I'm having to wait until I die one of these days of old age before I can finally say, hey, what do you know? I got a trait in this game? I got a trait! Well, what do you know? I actually got a trait, and by the time his level 1 and level 2 parts of his trait, they're just about as useful as a cock-flavored lollipop. Damn. Like, straight up. His trait is not worth a flying fuck until this man gets into the blue stage. Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Firestorm. Level 3 trait. This man's not worth a hot damn until he gets that to his disposal. And problem is, you can only use it like once per game. And problem is, chances are you're not going to be able to be putting yourself in a position to use it. Because guess what? This character sucks at what he was built for. And that's being able to just flat out blast people from a distance. And then when he's in, being a menace.
But you know, it's okay for Deadshot to do all that with the 50.
Yeah, but it's okay for Deadshot to do it. It's okay for Harley Quinn to do it. It's okay for Supes to do it. It's okay for Black Adam to do it. It's okay for all of these different characters to do what he does even better. But guess what? It ain't good for a character like Firestorm, who was built with that in mind, because he just so happens to not be worth the consideration. So you can bring up John Nitty. You can bring up John Nitty and some of the other Firestorm players that go through that struggle with him and do what they do. But you want to know something? I'm pretty sure even they would tell you they want to win. They don't just want to use the character, say they're a loyalist with the character, and just place. They want to win. And honestly, you know, the character is limited as hell. But who knows what the new meta will bring? Who knows what this new meta will bring for Firestorm when all these other characters get their changes and he stays put as the molasses going uphill moving nuclear man. Nobody knows, but it just triggers the hell out of me that he couldn't have gotten a little something that could have really helped him out. Yeah, so
yeah, somebody said in the chat the 7 frame down 1, you know, not having a 6. It's really important to have a 6 frame normal.
Oh yeah, he can't get nothing off of his jabs. He can't get nothing off of his 1-1 strings. His 2. He can't get nothing. Those are just combo fillers. He can't get jack shit off of his high punishers. Thank you, Paulo. Thank you.
Fighters approaching contact.
And then, all right, going into dark side right now. Yeah, I got Omega beams coming out of my eyes right now. Fuck it. Yeah, he got nothing, and quite frankly, he should like getting nothing.
Yeah, he doesn't really need. I read it somewhere, and it was very true. He's like a glass cannon. Like, he can hit you so hard, but his defense is so bad.
His defense
takes
is
so
bad,
much damage.
I think they did a good job with him. I really think they did a good job with Darkseid. It sucks that he's a character I really wanted to learn how to use, but he's just not my cup of tea, unfortunately.
You got to go with the mix, man.
He really is an acquired taste. Darkseid, in my honest opinion, he really is a very acquired taste. We've just now hit 100 viewers on stream. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming in and viewing us, man. Thank you. And last character for the night is Scarecrow, and yeah, a character that I thought, he don't need any buffs. I don't think he needed any buffs or nothing. That wake up.
When you get wake ups, technically I would imagine that as a buff. So yeah, he got that long ago, and then one CEO with White Boy in hand, or White Boy with Scarecrow in hand. Either way, White Boy played the hell out of that character. I mean, Scarecrow was solid, man. It is what it is. I think he's a good, solid character.
Yeah, Swift, I ought to just boot you from the chat right now with you saying Firestorm has great neutral. I ought to just kick your ass right out of this chat.
Darkseid. Wonder Woman.
Flash has better neutral than Firestorm.
Firestorm's got get the flying fuck out of here. His air, and on top of his air dash is one of the worst air dashes in the history of air dashes.
Well,
it barely.
What you guys
can do
failed to
that.
mention.
Wow. He barely like crosses over with that damn thing. It goes.
I'm just like, dude. And it's one of those kinds of air dashes where it's just like, dude, don't even bother. Don't even bother just teasing me, telling me I've got an air dash. I mean, I wouldn't even call that a glide.
No. Well,
I wouldn't even call it a fucking glide.
I was gonna say, one of the things you guys are going to mention, though, is another thing that makes his air dash bad mechanically is the fact that there's a height restriction on it. So you can't instant air dash in this thing.
And so why is it that he has that kind of shit going against him, and some of the other characters that have the same tools don't? Why Firestorm?
Because he's Black Kappa.
Yeah, why Firestorm, man? Because he's black. Oh, well, technically he's not black. Technically, Professor Stein's white. They could have at least taken that into consideration. Kappa. So technically, that's only half racist.
Oh man. I'll confirm racist.
changes. Alright, so some interactables have longer cooldowns before they can be used again. That I agree with. Super moves will no longer act as though, or special moves will no longer act as though they are being connected with a blocking opponent if they are meter burn rolling. Something like Superman's lasers.
Thank God.
I'm nay on that. That's not enough. That's not enough. There's yeah, we're talking about the system changes now, like meter burn roll now actually working such that if somebody meter burns a special when the meter burn roll is active, you will no longer get hit. Like say Superman's lasers, they will no longer track and blast the hell out of you if you spend the resources to meter burn roll. That said,
it was so annoying to just hear that, and then you still get hit, and it's like, what the fuck did I spend a bar for? I just got hit again. What the
fuck? And then on the, oh my God, Blacky!
Oh,
Blacky! Oh my God!
StarCharger. StarCharger is broken now.
Oh no.
Blacky! Not like this!
What?
Dark side.
Oh no.
Blacky! God damn it.
Wonder Woman.
Oh no.
Blacky! Wow! And mediocre seems to say Firestorm's actually in the sunken place. I'm done.
Damn.
I'm done.
Oh no, man.
That's it, folks. That's it for StarCharged Stream Cast. On that note. Oh, the savagery.
The anti-life equation.
Oh, the savagery. Oh my God.
Are we gonna go on? Wait, we're gonna do a freestyle tonight?
Oh my God. No, dude, yeah, we're still live. It's just that hot damn. That level of savagery. Oh my God. The 3-fist compromise. That fucking killed me. The 3-fist compromise. Holy shit, man. Oh my God, Blacky! Blacky, hot damn! Not like this, dude! Oh, that 3-fist, oh my God, that's the no-chill comment for the week. Absolute, nothing we can say coming up will top that. Oh my God, that is, hot damn. But just to go into my point, I was saying that they could have done more with the system changes. They could have made air escape much more viable of an option. I mean, the fact that, you know, you're using that many bars and you can't even get the command out on a whim, that sucks so badly, along with the fact that you're eating Lord knows how many trip guard frames when you finally get to the ground. I mean, in all honesty, air escape is one of the biggest builds in this game right now, and...
Yeah,
I can agree. Yeah. One of the hardest ones to ever do is that there's two different spots. It's gone now, but meter burn from the deep, you can air tank before the meter burn. Yeah, but Jesus Christ, that timing is so hard. And it's not something you can just sit there and mash either. Like, you can't just mash an air tech. You have to be, you know, pretty perfect. I could not get that. That was one of the hardest air techs. And I labbed it forever. I could never get it. I got it a few times, but not consistent.
Yeah, that one in particular is a very hard one to get. Theo showed me that at CEO this year, and I was thinking to myself, well, damn, if I had known that. But then again, it's so unreliable, given just how the fact that, you know, dude, you have to get that thing on the picture-perfect frame in order to execute it. And then, of course, have your punish ready to go if you're lucky. If you're lucky enough to get that done, but it's just so unreliable.
I did the whole, you know, the whole B&B for Aquaman after that meter burn from the deep. Usually they go with the back three, And even if you air tech, if that back 3 comes, that thing is like, the range on that is so ridiculous, you still get hit anyway. So it was like, wow.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
So-
exactly right.
Dark
And then
side wins.
another big thing I think they should have really they should have really touched up on was unblockable interactables in competitive mode. I honestly think that they shouldn't exist. I honestly
Yeah, I
do think
agree.
they should not exist.
Wonder
So
Woman.
in
Dark
competitive
side.
mode, no. In uncompetitive mode where gear is on, yeah, fine, whatever, go crazy. You know, let the interactables be whatever you want them to be, since we're not going to be
Fighters
seeing them
approaching
affect those
Brainiac
that are
ship.
trying to play for Lord knows how much money, status, and whatever else in between. But at the end, they could have done more with that.
Loopable
So
ones. I like the idea of some of them being unblockable. Just, you know, characters that maybe have bad options trying to get out of the corner, and that's one of their, you know, lifelines. But loopable, unblockable ones, no. The loopables have to go. If they're going to be unblockable, that's got to stop. But as a one-time, like, hey, I'm going to try this and use a bar to get my armor and get out of the situation, I like it. But, yeah, the loopable ones are stupid. It's crazy.
And yeah, I agree. And going from that, we're just gonna run off a little bit of the Injustice hometown heroes really quickly. We're gonna switch gears and just talk about HPH and how everything's looking right there. So in the Atlanta region, we're just gonna go over the top 4 in each one of those regions. So the top 4 there are Fierce, Burritos, Tweety, and UPR Nova. Out of those 4, who do you guys think would wind up being the grand champ of that region to go to Las Vegas at the Gaming Expo?
Tweety.
Yeah, Tweety. Yeah, that's my pick.
I'm going with Fierce.
You going Fierce over
Mainly
Tweety?
a little bit of bias there. Yeah.
Yeah, because he's clean
Well,
kill boys, isn't he?
Well, no, he was ADM before he was CK. But yeah, Fierce is.
What is ADM?
It's just a well, it's a long. We'll leave that for another.
All right.
We'll leave that for episode 3.
All right.
But yeah, I met Fierce in ranked, and he was part of DSV, and rage quit, and then I ran into him again, and he wound up being the demo, and you know, we talked afterwards, and then he turned out to be a pretty cool dude. So
Good stuff.
a little bit of bias there. I'm rolling with Fierce.
Good stuff. All right, well, Chicago, we've got OD Alcatraz leading with Perfect Legend second, Mr. Hectic Gamer third, and Ambu Get Wrecked fourth. Who out of that region do you guys think have?
Yeah, that's who I'm rolling with. Going PL.
That's my early pick right now. I'm saying PL. Alcatraz has been looking strong, but I gotta go with PL on that one. All right, and Dallas region, my region, which
Dark side wins.
you know, I'm not really giving much mind to this, but personally, but then again, you've got Peanut in fourth, Maddox third, Handy Savage second, Ominous first. Who takes that region?
Ominous free. Peanut's
Wonder
garbage.
Woman.
Handy Savage is
Dark
garbage.
side.
What? You did not just say Peanut is garbage.
Yeah, he's garbage.
Folks, we just entered the no chill portion. Dab Jr., I want you to fucking apologize right now.
Oh no, I
No, son. No, son. You ain't gonna get away with talking about Lord Peanut like that.
Begin.
Yo, that's Texas boys. That's Texas boys, son.
I never really respected him.
He's the fate of the war right now. You will give him respect.
Oh no, they just beat on that one. But yeah.
Well, what happened between you and Peanut?
It's a pretty personal thing.
So this is personal beef we're going into, huh?
Yeah.
I like to hear more, especially since we're going into the no chill section. I demand to hear more about this. Huh?
Personal. Yeah, it's like personal.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Y'all must have really beefed out.
It's with my best friend from my local.
I got you. Yeah, you almost got more beef than a Saltgrass Steakhouse right now. I'll just leave it at that.
I'm rolling with Handy Savage in this one, by the way.
You're saying Handy over Ominous? Yeah, that's actually not a bad pick. Handy's actually been leveling up lately. Yeah, I'll admit that. Handy's really been coming into his own ever since he made the switch from back to pad, you know, which he didn't think he'd do for this game. But
He's going on pad now?
yeah, he's on pad now. Yeah, he switched from stick to pad. And he says it's helping him, so yeah, usually that wasn't the case before because, you know, usually when it comes to back-to-block games, he always plays on stick, but guess not for this one. And then here we are in the, this one is the Los Angeles region, and this has Rewind, DJT, Crazy, and Nubcakes.
Oh, wow.
All in order. So this is going to be a little bit of a harder one to just say outright who's going to take it.
Dude, because Nubcakes is legit one of the most underrated players in the world.
Oh yeah, he got 9th at Evo, man, and he was close.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a three-way battle between me, Nubcakes, and Tekken Master to see who was going to get that last spot, and it could have gone either way in both of those sets that wound up deciding, you know, that order. So. Yeah, Tekken Master got the top 8 spot, Nubcakes got 9th, I got 13th. And so Nubcakes I know is legit, and Lord knows he's been racking up a lot of different sponsorship offers to try and get out for more tournaments. Huh?
He just signed today. Yeah, he just signed today.
With who?
I think they were called like hitting. Let me look it up. Something Cupcake.
Bro, Bittersweet. He signed with Bittersweet then. Because that's the same team that signed Ominous recently.
Yeah, Bittersweet.
Yeah, because I know about them. They actually tried recruiting me back in the Christmas time of last year, and believe it or not, you know, they were very hesitant about coming into the FGC back then, and that's what led them to just say, you know, they're not gonna recruit anybody into the FGC. But they've changed their stance, of course, now that they see just how much of a good grab Injustice is with Hometown Heroes and the rest of the esports that Injustice has been attracting. But overall, you know, my pick in this region is gonna be, I'm actually gonna go with Nubcakes. I mean, that's a tough decision. It's a really tough decision because, you know, Rewind, DJT, and Crazy are all legendary players in their own right, but I gotta go with Nubcakes. I gotta go with Nubcakes.
Yeah, that's gonna be a really fun
Supergirl
set of people going against each other. Jesus.
Actually,
do they?
Nubcakes in turn.
fighters
And
approaching
then,
contact.
Justice 1?
No, in Cats. Aaron Black versus Alien and Shinnok.
Alright, and then, yeah, he wasn't, he was just coming up in, MKX, and, he wasn't quite at the level he's at now here in, Injustice 2, but he's been known for a while. He played a little bit of MK9, came in Injustice 1, did a little bit of his thing there, and then now in Injustice 2, he's really coming into his own, and, of course, Evo was a good indication of this, and so, with that said, we're gonna go into the next region, which is Miami, and
that's a tough region.
and yeah, you've got DR Gross at number 4, Zyfox number 3, Full Auto number 2, and number 1 is DR Viking.
Viking, yeah, I think Viking's gonna take that.
I think it's all gonna depend on how much Gross or Samij or Toxin care, because quite frankly, Samij, Toxin, and Game are right there behind DR Gross, and quite frankly, I think Samij is probably going to focus more, and Samij and Gross are probably going to focus more on the Pro League, and then Lord knows with Toxin what will happen, but at the end of the day, that's one of those kinds of pools where it's kind of hard to say just based on the top 4, but at the same time, it's just like, you want to know something? I'm probably going to put my faith in Viking. If Gross and Samij decide to stick with in the Pro Series as they should, but if they don't, then my pick is on Samij. But the guys in this region that I think are honestly just playing for Hometown Heroes, I think DR Vikings, this is his region to lose. Alright, going into New York City, this is a more stacked region too. You've got Beat-On, Costner, Nyx, and Kevo the Man. My money is
man,
on
I actually
Knicks.
think- Yeah, I was gonna say Knicks. Knicks.
Yeah, Knicks has actually he's been tearing it up at the locals there.
NLBC,
Tweety's
he's
kinda
been
blowing him
owning
up for
that.
not-
And he's
Yeah,
been owning it.
he's not going to defend the North, which Tweety's kind of blowing him up on that. Hopefully he goes. But
Honestly,
yeah,
you know, I know why he's not going to defend the North or a lot of the other offline tournaments right now. You know, his dad really wants him to focus on school coming up, and and in all honesty, you know, that's a battle for another day. But at the end of the day, you know, while he's still competing in Hometown Heroes, I don't know if his dad's going to let him go to the finals of this, even if he does win this region, which I think he's in good position to do. I think it's going to be, for me, it's either between Knicks or Beat On. Because honestly, Beat On, I don't know how you feel about his fate, Dab Jr., but his fate to me is just the truth. After seeing the way he ran it through that losers bracket in IPS East, and beating Hayate in top 8, his fate is the truth to me.
He beat Hayate?
He beat Hayate, yes he did.
Yeah, 3-2.
That's a 7.
Begin.
Yeah, he beat Hayate and Silvereye en route to his finish.
Yes.
So I gotta give Beat On his credit where his credit is due. He is really catching my eye. And then going into the San Francisco region, we just talked to their points leader, the DaddyDab, who's leading by 15 points over Kinetic Sicarios. Then there's Blind Ducky, and then there's Everlast. Honestly, I think that's Dab's regional lose.
That's easy.
Yeah.
That is easily, and especially if his next closest dude to him is Sicarios, of all people, who, you know, thought he could trash talk to me after I got done mopping the living hell out of him in War of the Gods. I'm just like, dude, you need to stop. You know, compared to the names that, you know, I've got on my resume, you're just nothing more than another scout. You need to stop.
I did not know that.
Yeah, this is Sicarios. He was trying to, you know, get into a pissing match with me on Twitter, and I just ended it by telling him that he was just nothing more than another scout, so he just needs to stop. So,
Jesus.
So I stopped there, and then we've got the Seattle region, the last one, and you've got I am the Batman, the jumpiest Batman you're ever gonna see in your life at number 4. That man abuses the hell out of jump too. And you've got Too Easy, who's Florida boys, but you know, I guess he decided to grab hold of the Seattle region because he must have thought that he had a better chance at really knocking it out of the park there. But I respect it. I respect it. As long as he can get up to Seattle once he qualifies, I respect it. And then you've got Sounds Like Pause at number 2. And then sitting at number 1, I believe, is Titanium Tigers.
That's what I was going to ask, if that was Tigers or not.
I believe it is. I actually believe it is. And if that's the case,
roll with Pause on this one.
I actually want to go with Too Easy.
Wonder Woman.
Yeah, Too Easy is good. He's now that he's found a home in Atrocitus,
Fighters approaching Slaughter Swamp.
Oh shit, he actually dropped bait?
No, he has not.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, he has not. I played him recently, and yes, he did go some fate. Yes, he does. He is still rolling with a bit of fate right now. So, yeah, do not be fooled. Yeah, he's still as torn between the two as he ever was. But I do expect Too Easy to come out of that if that's how it remains at the end. And yeah, that looks like it's going to be a very sweet deal. And then switching gears from that into the Pro Series East, that Sonic Fox won. You know, Samij got 2nd. Biohazard got 4th. Tweety and OMGX Beat On, as I mentioned before, got 5th. Tied for 5th, and then Honeybee and Hayate tied for 7th.
Wonder Woman wins.
There's the news there, and then going to War of the Gods, just to give a quick standings update there. Let's go to the standings.
Yeah, this is Samij just pulling away.
Samij pulling away. Shoot. He's basically at escape velocity while everybody else is still on the launch pad.
Yeah, he's double. He's 2 times. He's got 2 times as many points as the person in second, which is Theo and
Lantern.
and Dragon.
The cutoff for War of the Gods, Echo. Yeah, you're obviously you're heavily involved with this. Is this still at 8 or is it at 16?
What are you talking about?
The final cutoff for the final finals of War of the Gods. Once once you've hit the last tournament and you go right into the final tournament. Is there going to be like a?
There are?
Yeah, and is there going to be a finals week where the top whatever in points are the ones competing for the grand prize, like there was in combat?
Yeah.
You a lesson.
Yeah, so the top 8 will be
Today, I'm your
double
drill
elimination.
instructor.
It will have a finale, just like both seasons of the Combat Cup that you saw me and Big B, and of course Aquaman down at the studio. So
I thought so.
Yep. Yeah, and that'll be October 1st is when the finale is.
My birthday. How about that?
Hey, there you go.
My birthday, and then I'm sitting in 24. So what good of a birthday present would it be to actually be able to qualify for this and then actually win the whole thing? But then again, first things first. Like I said, I'm way behind because this was my second competition of War of the Gods, because unfortunately I couldn't really compete in it for the first several weeks because of the offline tournaments that were happening here in Texas, and I really had to dedicate to those because of, of course I was winning them and winning a lot of money while doing it, while getting experience with the rest of the Texas scene, especially guys like Peanut, Ominous, and the Houston guys, the Central Texas guys who have done very well for themselves, in tournament. And so, hey man, offline comes first, and I've won about a little over a G doing that, so offline comes first. And so we've got Illusions and Perfect Legends both tied for 7th place, Fox at 6th, Forever King at 5th, and you've got a 3-way tie for 2nd place with Theo, Rewind, and Dragon, before you get up to Samij, who is just in an atmosphere of his own. And so right now,
that's crazy.
That looks like a very crazy looking top 8, and I look forward to seeing how that whittles itself out. So now that we've gotten through all that, now that we've gotten through all the formal stuff, now that we've gotten through all the interviews, now whatever else that's left in the tank for freestyle, let's do it. Let's do it. Whatever's on y'all's minds, let it out now. Speak now or forever hold your peace, forever hold that L.
Oh, where do I start, man? Oh, where do I start? Let me get started. Let me think. Who's someone that you guys really are annoyed by in the FGC right now? Just give me some.
You said what?
Like, who's someone in the FGC that bothers you? Just give me ideas of people.
Just within the NRS community, there's Tweety, obviously. I mean, there's Ominous and his tier whoring, obviously. And there's another new name that I didn't think this name was actually gonna come into my triggered list, but yeah, I wouldn't say he triggers me, but at the same time, this guy's let his britches get a little too big for him, and even though, Lord knows what he's going through personally, I can relate to it. I got sympathy for it, and I send my best wishes out to him, but it's not enough for me to save him in terms of, gaming is concerned, and not enough to save him from me bringing him out here in this segment. And that would, you got a glimpse of it in the chat earlier, Echo, Silver Eye.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
What?
Silver Eye.
Lord have mercy. Wow.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you didn't expect that name to come up, did you?
I did not.
That's one of my closer friends in the FGC. I love Silver.
Me too. Me too, interestingly enough, man. He's good stuff, especially when we see each other. But it's just like, the dude, he's got an agenda. His agenda is to just get all the characters in his way, like Catwoman, or to wit Catwoman, just nerfed to the point to where they're not even useful anymore, and where he can just have his way, also while not wanting to acknowledge just how dumb the stuff he has with Batman really is, or was, or will be by the time this patch comes out. This is a dude who, when it comes to balance and when it comes to, you know, a game design, who gets as sanctimonious as it gets when it comes to examining how the game is. I mean, this is a guy who just can't take how the game is. He always wants to talk to you about frames and stuff, but yet sometimes this man can do some of the most questionable shit you can imagine, and it winds up costing him a lot of positions and Lord knows how many tournaments that I can think of. You know, just like,
dude. He does a pretty savage wake up down too. It's pretty savage.
This the guy who always wants to justify all kinds of shit in the world with logic, but the man woke up with wake up down two to seal the. I'll never forget that set with Handy. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that. Or how do you justify wake up down two? This is the same guy that gets triggered when people mash out of frame traps, that when people wake up without invincibility on stuff. This is the man who threw caution into the wind and against any other kind of an opponent, which would have gotten absolutely lit up, wake up down two. And then it's not even that. It's not even that's what, you know, just goes ahead and triggers me recently about him.
So
the man goes and says, yeah, he wants to criticize how I use Catwoman. He wants to criticize, you know, all the stuff that's going on with Catwoman. And, you know, it's just like, you know, he doesn't want to give credit to anybody else that's using that character or succeeding with her to a point to where, you know, I've done pretty well for myself. I haven't done as well as I've wanted to, personally, even though my standings in the Pro Series would dictate otherwise. But this man just does not like giving a lot of the credit where it's due. And it's just like, dude, he goes off on Twitter saying no Catwoman besides Samij can beat him. Yet he overlooks the fact that, one, he's never beaten me in a set in either Injustice 1 or Injustice 2 for that matter. And that's going on about 5 sets, folks.
Green Lantern.
All of which were first to threes, and he's never won a single set. One. And this is 1 online, 4 offline, and I've won them all.
Fighters approaching.
All of which he's never won more than 1 game in the set. And 2 on top of that, one of those was in Combo Breaker in tournaments when I absolutely plastered the living hell out of the man's Batman. He goes to Aquaman and proceeds to get plastered even further.
I did not know it ran that deep.
And it's just like, dude, how can you say something that ignorant and stupid when you know damn well I've never beaten me in anything relevant in Injustice yet? I mean, it's just like, dude, you're starting to get a little too big for your britches, and I'm glad, you know, I've got the scoreboard on my side to kind of be the cinder block that pulls your ass back down to gravity. But, you know, so it's just like, dude, you're the homie. I really want you to succeed. I really like watching you play. I enjoy playing you in spite of the comments. And in spite of, you know, also how I feel about, you know, personally, you know, like I said, I send my best wishes to your family, to your pops. You know, having a dad who's ill for the rest of his life as well, I can only sympathize. Yeah, but as far as, you know, on the gaming level is concerned, with Injustice is concerned, dude, you know, grow up, play the game as it is, and give respect where it's due. Yeah, that's all I gotta say on that one. I mean, it's just like, dude, get a grip. Yeah, I like you. You've always been the homie, but as far as all that's concerned, get a grip.
I'm one of the good guys.
You're under arrest.
I thought it was just like friendly banter. I did not know it ran that deep.
If it is, I mean, Lord knows he ain't giving me no indication that says it's friendly banter, and Lord knows a lot of the things that he said in the past, you know, especially like revolving around the hugging and shit, you know, because, you know, he was real aggro on that, you know, before Evo and whatnot, and I can understand, you know, yeah, he like I said, in person, you know, he and I are as respectable around each other as it can get, because after my match with Tekken Master, you know, he was as respectable as it could have gotten, because, you know, he saw that, you know, it was taking me a quick moment to digest the fact that I lost a very close match, which could have had implications on me going and having a chance to get in the top 8 for Evo. And he told me, himself, he didn't want to say anything immediately because, he knew that, people can get some kind of way when they lose a set like that. That could have really had them in a position to have some serious glory to put to their resume. And I really respected the hell out of that. And, so he is a respectable dude. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's a respectable dude, but as far as that whole situation with his agenda with Catwoman and him wanting to negate the fact that there have been some Catwoman players other than Samij blow him up, I'm like, dude, get a grip. Get a grip.
Okay, I hear you.
And then,
Playing to win.
Then tweet, go right ahead.
Oh, playing to win's a bitch. He's a dickhead. Oh man. Man literally looks like Garfield.
You said he looked like Garfield?
Like Garfield? God damn.
Yeah, that motherfucker was ignorant. The biggest hypocrite I've ever seen in my life. Goes on Twitter, tells OD Full Auto that his rankings and all that, which arguably OD Full Auto is number 2 in pretty much the most stacked hometown heroes region in the country. But playing to win is gonna sit there and be like, that doesn't mean anything. Whatever you did in War of the Gods or Think or whatever the fuck doesn't mean anything. But he gets exposed by Punk as being like garbage as shit. And then, he wants to throw his hometown heroes shit all up on there like, bro, you're a fraud. Except the fact that you suck. Like, he plays a very good character, a character that's borderline broken, but, his shortcomings is the character's fault. It's not because he's a bad player.
Right. And we talked about that on RHS, one of the last weeks that RHS was a thing. And it was when Plan to Win called out Dragon as being an MKX fraud, and I'm going to show you what real zoning is, all that kind of stuff. And then Dragon wound up 5-0 and Plan to Win, and Foxy was in the chat saying, playing this wrong, he's not playing to win, so to speak. And then, so Pig said, okay, Foxy, if you're so confident, show us what you're talking about. And then Foxy wound up 5-0ing Dragon right after that, so.
Green Lantern.
Who knows why you would go after somebody that just placed second at Evo?
Yeah, exactly.
Like that.
Another person I want to talk about in the FGC, I really want to talk about Pig, because I remember back in the day, he was like one of the biggest icons in the FGC. He was pretty much like
Supergirl,
the perfect example of how to be. Great at the game, worked hard at the game, passionate about the game, and extremely humble. And then
fighters approaching
like,
Brainiac.
In MKX, going into Injustice 2, he was toxic as fuck.
I agree.
Like,
I couldn't agree. I couldn't agree more.
How could he turn that way? Yeah, like, I don't understand how he could turn like that.
Begin.
Pig was weird, but like, Pig was always one of my favorites, just because, he was a Kenshi player in MK9, and I was a big Kenshi fan, just as a viewer. But it was kind of weird. Just sometimes, I felt myself like, how to explain it? Like sometimes, he would make sense to me in some of his points or where he stood against certain things, but then sometimes I was confused. Like normally I agree with Big, but I don't know why he's saying this now. I wish I had an example, but it was just kind of that, like, I support this guy and I like his message, but then other times it's like I don't really support that message at all. Why is he acting like this today? Just kind of things like that, yeah.
And then to go to your point, Dab Jr., about P2W, what really came to a head, with some of the ways that he acts, it really came out to light when Punk wound up doing what he did at DreamHack. And you know, it's just like, wow, that was when a lot of that really went flying, and you're sitting there thinking, you know, Punk's just sitting there, just 18 years old. He's already accomplished more in Injustice 2 so far than P2W, and all he said was just ask, you know, P2W, you know, what have you done? You know, what have you? Yeah, it's just like, what have you done? And then P2W is rattling off a lot of his results and whatnot that are as ancient history as you can possibly get.
Here's a taste of girl
I mean,
power.
don't get me wrong,
Do your
a
thing.
resume is a resume, but at the same time, when you haven't done anything really worth repeating within 2 years, or within, you know, 3 years since that was the last time Injustice was really relevant in the competitive community, you really gotta hold that, dude.
Exactly.
You gotta
Honestly,
hold
like,
that.
I personally want to say that people like playing to win is exactly what the FGC doesn't do.
Green Lantern
That
wins.
toxic, cocky bullshit. Like, I actually like have a top three people for that list that are prime examples of what the FGC does not need. It's Trade Pound, playing to win,
Green
hit,
Lantern, Wonder Woman.
toxic as shit. Like, that's the kind of crap that doesn't need to be in the community.
Fighters approaching Arkham Asylum.
Your tag is playing to win. Are you even doing that? That was savage as hell.
Yeah, dude. Like that.
That was fun.
That is when. Yeah, I had to put the date of death as a retweet.
Oh yeah, you did that, dude. That shit was funny.
Yeah, that was where it was the end for me. I was like, oh man, I can't do this anymore.
That was too good.
Yeah, I don't. Trey Pound, I don't really know enough. I mean, he's always kind of been there for me, but at the same time, like, I've played him in a couple online tournaments, the ones that I could participate in. That's what sucks for me is the good, you know, War of the Gods, and no bias, I feel like War of the Gods is the best online tournament, especially being double elimination and getting through stuff. I wish I could play in it, and I don't play in Hometown Heroes because of just all the scary stuff that I've seen, or just big waste of time that a lot of people experience. So I've played in a couple, you know, just small online tournaments. And Trey Pound, I've faced him twice in the same tournament. And I asked him afterwards, yo, can we? Because he was playing Harley, and I was like, yo, oh my God, it's Harley. Can we get a set in sometime? But I don't know. He never responded. That's probably the biggest way to trigger me is to, you know, if I have the I don't know what you'd call it. If I'm asking you for games, you know, at least respond. Like, you know, I'm just trying to get games.
Exactly.
And it really sucks if you do get games. This is what I dealt with in MKX a lot, and I don't know if it was attributed to raid set play or what it was. But if I would win a set, you know, I would get hate for it. Like when I was the designer for EVP, you know, I played a couple of guys, and I almost felt sometimes like winning, being the designer guy was like a real big, like, how the fuck did I just get beat by this fraud? So it was like situations like that where you win and you actually really lose because, you know, people think that you just set play or you have no skill or whatever it is. They're mad they lost and you don't get games again, or you get bodied and you don't get games again because you got bodied. It really sucks. I hate being in this position.
Like I said, as if it's a no-no.
Say what?
As if being the one winning the games is a no-no.
Yeah, so it was always like, man, you know, I'm just trying to grind too, man. Like, and I don't know really what I am, because, you know, I do the commentary, but I'm a player too. You know, I try and be really involved with, especially a lot of new people. That's who I interact with probably the most on my Twitter, is just people that, you know, have like 30 followers, and they're just like, they don't know that they're interested, but they don't really know anything. So I try and interact with those kind of people a lot. But I always attribute myself as a player first.
Begin.
And a commentator or whatever after. But it also kind of sucks too, because if the commentator is winning, you know, if people label you that as a commentator, you're not supposed to win. You know, you're supposed to be the guy that just talks on the microphone. You're not really supposed to be. So I don't know. I've always kind of put myself in that position, being a designer or commentator or whatever.
Trade credit, he's gotten a lot better as a gamer and as a person over the years, and he's gotten a little Hollywood over the course of last year, I'll admit, but at the same time, you know, given what he's been able to do on Twitch and given a lot of the other aspects, I can see where it came into his head after he really had to hold a lot of the community's distaste for the better part of, you know, his startup. But then again, you know, he can be, everybody can be better. Everybody has room to improve, and in all honesty, you know, but still, you know, he's a far cry from what he used to be. I mean, that I will say that Trey Pound, you know, he's a far cry from what he used to be. I mean, you know, whatever you call him right now, you know, just know that, you know, he was way worse. Just know that much.
Oh yeah, I know.
I'll just let you know he was way worse once upon a time. But
Your technique is flawed.
Yeah, internet though.
Internet boys, and then there's Tweety, who is just this man. Like they said on Hometown, I don't know if it was the ESL stream or if it was I think it was the Justice Pro Series East stream when they were streaming that tournament. Yeah, in fact, that's where it was. Where they say Tweety has embraced being the villain. I mean, in all honesty, I don't know if too many other guys that are. I honestly, you know, I don't see any reason to just intentionally be a dick to somebody in this community. I really don't see the point. I mean, unless, and we're only being dicks to people, we're only pretty much putting them on blast on this show, no pun intended and no infringement intended on the OBS, but the whole point of us actually bringing that shit to light on here is because, dude, that's what you're doing. I don't know if you're aware of it or if this is what you're intending to do, but you're doing it, and you need to be put on blast for it.
I mean, man, if I retweeted, I wouldn't be so toxic because
Wonder Woman
yeah,
wins.
sure, he could body someone and roast their gameplay, but at the end of the day, boy, that face, that Gorilla Grodd's ass tip of his penis looking face is
man.
Like,
man, we're going there.
That man looks like Jason Voorhees without the mask.
Wonder Woman.
Damn.
Bruh.
I wasn't gonna go there, man. I got a distaste for the man, but I wasn't gonna go there.
Fighters approaching Red Sun prison.
Yeah, Tom Brady's extremely toxic.
Oh yeah, man.
Oh, Hollywood.
Tom Brady's toxic as fuck.
Y'all saw that video of the desert rain frog, you know, that squeaky frog that they subbed Tom Brady's voice on, right?
Oh god.
That had me in stitches for days.
Begin.
What about Cowboy? Actually, Troll Gaming, if you want to hear a story about Cowboy, if Star and Echo really want to hear it too, I got a very good story about Cowboy for you guys. I almost whipped his ass. Okay, so check this out. So we have a group chat from my local scene. And that's what Dad was talking about earlier. What me and Dad were talking through. We were talking through the chat roll, and Cowboy used to be in it, which we kicked him out of it. He comes into the chat, and he was in the chat before, like a year before I was even in the chat. And he never said a word. And this is right before MKX came out. So, next thing you know, he comes in the chat and just starts bashing everybody. Like, talking shit to everyone in the local scene. Like, all the regular people in the local scene. Like, bro, oh, you're trash, you're garbage, you'll never be anything, you'll never be good, blah, blah, blah.
This is
You're
Wow
garbage.
Cowboy saying this?
Yes. Oh, yes. Ask Dab about it if you don't believe me.
You said
He
ask
was
Dab?
fucking shit.
Oh
Yeah,
my
he was
god.
fucking shit. And next thing you know, I open up my phone and I see it, and I'm just looking at these guys embracing this shit. Like, they're all talking about, like, yeah, you know, I wish I could be better, blah, 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 blah. I've been taking this shit from these fuckers.
Yeah.
And so, I was getting pissed just seeing that they actually just take this crap. So
That don't sound like the wild cowboy I know.
Oh, dude, like I said, ask Dad if you don't believe me. Like, this shit was out of hand. So, next thing you know, I had enough of it. Because they're literally just sitting there letting him say this shit and just agreeing with him that they're trash. And so, I was like, man, fuck that. You're garbage. Like, you sit here, pro these top tier bullshit ass characters like Sinestro, can't make a fucking top 8 save your fucking life. You're garbage, you're fat as fuck, you look stupid, you're annoying, you're negative, you're garbage.
Dude, wow.
Yeah, and then next thing you know, after that shit had happened, like, I ended up getting fed up because he kept saying all these stupid little smart ass remarks. So, and like I said, we both live in NorCal, so I told him straight up, I'm gonna punch him in the face next time. And then next thing you know, all of a sudden he wants to turn around after he talked all this personal shit to me when I came at him. He was talking all this personal crap, and all of a sudden now that I'm like, fuck it, I'm kicking your ass when I see you, he wanted to turn around like, oh, you're gonna do all this over a video game? All this crap over a video game? Blah, 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 blah. So then, Ducky gets involved in it, and Ducky and Cowboy are best friends. So Ducky's all on Cowboy's side about the shit. And then my boy Nine Quads, shout out his best captain in the world, came in and was like, fuck that. Fuck you, Ducky. Fuck you, Cowboy. This is bullshit. So then, Cowboy swore that day he's never, ever coming back to the local scene in Sacramento, California, because he's afraid that I'm going to knock him out. And then, next thing you know, he left the group chat and said he's never talked to anyone from that scene ever again except for Becky, which is true. He held up to that because he was pissed off that nobody stood up for him, which I don't know why the fuck anyone should have stood up for him.
I don't know why anybody would stand up for him just berating everybody in the room, letting them know they're not going to be anything. When, of course, that's not exactly what I don't recall anybody telling him that when he had his start several years ago. But,
oh, exactly. Oh, it doesn't end there. This shit gets a lot dumber. So, after all this crap happens, the quote-unquote hierarchy people that started my local, decided, this dude named Blacky, he decided he was like, oh, well, there has to be some kind of consequence for Dad Jr. because he drove Cowboy from our local and blah, blah, blah. And let me keep in mind, Cowboy never even came to the local. Ever. Ever in his life. He never came. So, they decided to ban me for 2 weeks because I drove Cowboy away after I said I was going to punch him in the face for talking all that crap to everybody and then talking crap to me. And so, I got banned for 2 weeks, and then that was that.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, Cowboy's a piece of shit.
Did you tell him the pretenses of, you know, just why things got to that level? And did they not just not care?
Yeah, they all saw it in the chat. They saw every single message. But the thing is that it really went down is the dude whose decision was to make. He didn't see it all. Yeah, this is the guy. He's a family. He's like Echo, you know. He's a family. He got a family going on. He's got a full-time job and all that. So it's like he doesn't read the chat. So then, you know, when everything was getting explained to him behind my back, they lied down and said that I started this shit with Cowboy. Well, not they, but the dude that took it to me. Which I don't want to close his name, but
that's all unfortunate.
He's a dick.
All unfortunate stuff, man. So I'm really sorry to hear that. And to anybody that may have been on the receiving end of that wrath from Cowboy or whoever else is that guy in your scene, I'm sorry you're going through it, but if you're going through some shit like that, don't hold that L. If you're one of those guys inside of your local scene and you got a toxic personality or somebody that's just keeping you down or somebody that's trying to keep you down and they're doing it by some of the most toxic means, don't stay silent about that shit. Bring their asses to light and then let the scene sort that out and let the folks in your local scene get them involved to the point to where they'll sort that man out or just get away from him. Just distance yourself away from him. That's an L that nobody should have to take in this community. Because I've seen my fair share of toxic personalities, especially here in Houston in our fighting game scene, and it's just like, dude, you don't have to take that. And then, of course, when you succeed, they're going to start coming up with all kinds of option selects against your success, or just do all kinds of stuff where they're going to try and just bemoan everything you've done. Let them hold that L. Let them hold that L. Because there's a reason why you're at where you're at, and that's the reason why they're the place where they're at. You don't have to hold that L, man. This community ain't founded on that bullshit. That schoolyard bully bullshit, man. No matter how big you get, you shouldn't be bullying somebody on that level.
Exactly. And that's an issue in the FGC, in my opinion, is that there's a whole lot of people in the community who pull that kind of crap, the whole cyberbullying, like they legitimately cyberbully people, but you know, next thing you know, then the shit gets serious because they're fucking with someone that doesn't take that shit. Then all of a sudden it's like, oh, you're doing this all over the video game. Oh, well, we need to get this guy banned, or oh, we call the
You're taking this too serious. Yeah, like that stuff does get on me. I'm not involved in that much drama, but when I am, it's usually something really fucking dumb, like players coming at commentators because they lost, and they well, I say commentators, they only come at one, and the person I'm talking about obviously is Costner from like week 2 or 3 of War of the Gods, where he was going against Revit Leafing, and he was up one game, and he mashed down with an arrow loaded. He mashed down like 14 times, I think is what I counted from looking back at it. And me and Aquaman Bolts had the same call, like, yo, he's teabagging, he's playing with his food, what's going on? And Leafing wound up winning that entire set. Actually, from that moment on, he won all 3 games.
Wow.
So Costner comes at me on Twitter, like, just straight up bashing me, and I'm like, what the fuck? 1, why are you coming at a commentator? And 2, why are you only coming at me when we both had the same call? Like, you're coming at me, and you know what I mean? So it's just one of those things where, yeah, now I guess it's handled, but at the same time, you know, you see people offline, and you know, they'd rather just ignore you than be the savage Twitter man that they are.
They'll get it back
you know,
soon.
I don't really have time for Twitter drama, and that's not even why I'm in the FGC, is to like prove people wrong. Like, dude, this is just, I like fighting games, and it took me a long time to have the free time or the ability to actually put time into it, and now I'm finally able to do that. And it's not even that much time that I have, but you know, it's just like, come on, man.
Costner has a very big tendency to, you know, like I told you once upon a time, he rages pretty hardcore, man. He's heated. And, oh yeah, dude, it's been going on for years. He's been like that for a long time. He's been always been a passionate, fiery dude, but at the same time, you know, you just gotta be careful about how and when you aim that.
Right.
You just gotta be you gotta be more conscious of how you aim that. I mean, there's a guy, like I said, over here in our Houston scene, you know, Showtime, and he aims that nonsense in some of the worst ways when it comes to losing a game, and it's lost them. I mean, it's just like, it gets old on people. It gets old. It's just like, dude, you lost. Okay, grow up.
Yeah.
I mean, Lord knows how much how much equipment the man's destroyed over the course of his gaming career because of, you know, losing. But then again, it's just like, I don't even think I even want to know, because it's just like, yeah, I mean, I got that instance at KIC to prove my point, but at the end of the day, you know, it's just like, dude, you just got to be careful about how you aim those emotions when you're around other folks, when stuff doesn't go your way, or when you think you're hot shit and you're just trying to get your way. So right. It's just like, dude, it don't work like that. And that's exactly, you know, what, you know, I hope makes its way out of, that kind of entitlement makes its way out of the scene, because it's not only not gonna help you, it's also not gonna help the scene in general. So You know, it's like sometimes you just wish the scene could just be a little bit more selective of those who come in it, but at the same time, who knows? It also has that tendency to change some folks for the better. So you just got to give some folks a chance, I guess, and then hope everything works out for the best. But yo, any other topics you guys want to get off your chest right now?
No, just something I want to speak about. What about you, Echo?
Not that I can recall right now. I'm trying to think if there's anything that's happened lately.
Me personally, I'm actually, I think I've pretty much knocked out everything that I had on my mind for this weekend. I mean, next weekend, of course, or next week's show, of course, you know, going to be happening at the same time on Thursday, 9 o'clock Central Time. It's going to be happening on August 4th, or no, on August 3rd, and you know, we plan on talking about all the Americans going into Viennality overseas, because we have a contingent of players going over the pond, across the pond, competing in their first ever European tournament with Viennality. Of course, it's at premier status right now. And this also means that, you know, you've got some guys that are over in the European regions who are going to have to really fight for their tournament lives in order to really think that they can get those points that would otherwise be theirs for the taking, if not for the American invasion over into Europe. So that'll be something to keep our eyes on, along with the aftermath from Defend the North. And of course, is there going to be War of the Gods this weekend? I don't know if I saw anything about War of the Gods not being present for this week.
You know, I need to figure that out actually, because I thought Defend the North was the weekend after this coming weekend, and I'm glad that we were talking about this, because I didn't realize it was coming up in just a couple days.
Yes, so that's a good point. I'm actually curious to see how that's going to be addressed alongside. We're also going to be talking about, you know, the point standings implications of Hometown Heroes, as well as Injustice Pro Series after Defend the North, obviously, and then the next tournament upcoming, that being Summer Jam, being the next big premiere after Viennality is taken care of next week. We'll be looking to get into some of that as well, and I will be updating everybody on who the next big interview is going to be. So keep that in line. Yeah, we've had nothing short of fire when it comes to these interviews. It's been nothing but greatness, and we look to keep that going as we continue to really build on top of the momentum we built with our first 2 episodes of the StarCharged Stream Cast. Folks, if Dab Jr. and Echo, if you guys have any last thoughts, go right ahead.
We're all good, brother.
Yeah, we're good, man. I'm glad I was able to make it this week. It was a lot of fun.
So are we.
Yeah, I'm going to listen back to it tomorrow and just, kind of get an idea. I've got an idea of, I'm sending it up right now in our little chat, some possibilities. Maybe some interviews if we don't have any lined up. I got a couple guys that would be really interesting. That maybe not a lot of people know about. But that's for next week. I'm going to go ahead and send those to you guys.
Alright, we'll save some of the excitement and expense for this upcoming week as we get ready to sign off for this week. So guys, thank you so much. We hit 110 viewers on this week's stream, which actually blows last week's total of 50, or high count of viewers of 50 right out of the water. So coming right along. Thank you so much for the support. And as we aim to do this on every Thursday, we'll let you know if we can't make it on any given Thursday for any given reason. And keep in mind, keep track of all of us on Twitter at StarCharger28, at any Dab Jr. _8B, and then of course at Echo FGC. Thank you so much, everybody. This has been nothing short of awesomeness, and we look to continue on this moment. Now, I will have all of this uploaded onto YouTube for everybody to take a look at, and I will post the link up on Twitter as well once it's available. But thank you so much, everybody, for your attendance to the stream. It's been fun, and I am not going to send you away empty-handed. For those of you guys that are actually looking to get more of your Injustice 2 fix, I'm going to find you a nice channel to host for the rest of the night so that you can enjoy the rest of your night on their channel if you plan on night owling the whole thing. For Dab Jr., for Echo, this is StarCharger saying so long from this week's version of the StarCharged Stream Cast. Enjoy the rest of your night, everybody.
Hey, Echo. StarCharger.
Yes.
I was gonna ask him. I want to try and get my Twitch going like ASAP because my last account just got banned. So I was gonna say, could I get a host?
Oh, sure. What's your channel? What's your channel ID?
It's a Dab Junior 187.
No spaces, no anything.
No.
Alright, I just sent them up. I'm sending them your way, my man. Hey, like I said, have a good night, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. Be easy. Fellas, thank you so much for the awesome broadcast, and of course, we'll keep in touch, of course, through the stream chat. Yeah, we'll go ahead and talk about how this show went, any possible improvements, and the agenda for next week's show. So thank you so much for this is for the awesome show. This was a great show.
This night was hell fun. It was so much fun.
This was an absolutely great show. So yes, I am signing off for the night. And honestly, Dab Jr., I want to get some games in with that Fate. That Fate was some pretty sick stuff. And then Echo, man, if you want some games sometime, do not hesitate. I don't know if he's still here, but if he can still hear us, yeah, do not hesitate.
Hey, yo, Star, I held on to get games with the Catwoman too, though, because I played a time in that matchup, and I beat him really bad, and he was like, dude,
Yeah, man. So yeah.